Yo, what is cracking? We are back in the Bay at the Mix headquarters in Berkeley, California. I am your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of the Mix, and this is the Guerrilla Collective Presents, where we are giving you that second helping of summer barbecue goodness with the taste of brand new world premieres, and then diving into the best of the best from last week's GC showcase. There's so many awesome showcases all week, from AAA to cozy and wholesome. It has been a busy summer, and we appreciate you all catching some rays and sun with us. We want to thank the developers for working with us to share their love and artistic expression to the world. We also want to thank our sponsors for being a part of the movement and contributing to the culture by supporting this stream. We also want to thank the broadcasting partners that we have for supporting us as well. Twitch, IGN, GameSpot, and Steam. You have really helped to make this happen and put the Mix on the map. Our Steam event page is still live and fired up, everybody, so head there and wishlist the games from today's showcase and last week's Showcase 2. Make sure to follow us on social media at Indie Exchange and at Guerrilla Collect on Twitter, and everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange and Guerrilla Collective. After the Guerrilla Collective Presents, we are going to pass the brisket to the folks at Dames for Games, who will be highlighting women in the game industry, and then Black Voice in Gaming to add some flavor to this summer's game showcases. Let's get started with an exclusive game announced for the first time here on the Guerrilla Collective and remix things up with some highlights from last week's showcase. Let's get cooking.
Would you look at that? Just another beautiful day in Sprankle Water. Oh my. Oh, glorious. Hang on. Isn't that Terry, isn't it? I've been hearing a lot about you recently. So tell us, Terry, what's everyone fussing about? Well, that sounds like quite the adventure, Terry. What's this whole escapade called, Ah, yes. Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. I'll make a note of that.
From time to time, I ask myself, is it possible to miss something you've never known? Let me rephrase. Is it possible to be homesick for a place you have never been? I was born on Earth, but I think I have been homesick for Europa my whole life. By the time you read this, I'll be gone, and the world will look very different from how it does now. But the island should still be there. They built this thing to last. Come to the island if you ever get lonely. Come here and think of me.
Boom. And we are back. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Guerrilla Collective because those games were so creative. It was all started in order for developers to come together and highlight their games, and for enthusiasts who want to see something different to catch another vibe. That last segment did that for sure. Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip just turned up. That's like a straight up mouthful just saying Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. You got to say that 3 times fast. Such style and color. Super Adventure Hand stood out with how well it translates active phalanges to the platforming genre, and Europa has that feeling of just world exploration. Love the creativity there and all those titles that we just showed. Up next, we are going to chop it up with some contemporary instant vintage retro inspired games that range from action to RPG. Let's go.
My name's Dynamite Anton. I'm a destruction worker. Some people call me the Dynamite Man. You know, it's pretty hard being a single dad. You're raising a little pink hedgehog girl. You know, I used to be an exterminator. It was a really bad job. I would fall down sewers, fall down manholes, and I'd have to climb my way back up. And then my roommate would just tell me, "You smell like shit." You know, kids always come up to me and they're like, "Hey, Anton, say the line. Anton, say the line." And I gotta go, "Does anyone here want to buy Anton Blast?"
It's time to paint the town red in Anton Blast, an explosive adventure coming soon to Steam and Nintendo Switch.
You still here?
Welcome to Crashlands. 2. Explore a world filled with wonder, mystery, and some of these things. And then slap them. And slap those too. Just slap it all. Except these. The great outdoors isn't so great when you've got no indoors. Best to make a home for yourself. But not just yourself, because loneliness sucks. So build a friendship, because that kind of ship won't crash. After all, if you're gonna make it on this planet, you'll need all the help you can get.
Okay, what is that?
Demons.
Being a bishop ain't easy. It takes a toll in ways you can't imagine. One day you'll find out the same thing. Now get back to work.
Feel Shale's power. I've no time for this. Take that! I could have timed that better. I've got to be faster. There are things that the living cannot understand. Death is only the beginning of the final voyage. It's just not that time yet.
Yo, Iron Meat is just so metal. It is all up in the name. It touched on that Alien Wars vibe and scratched that itch nicely. You know, it fascinates me how devs can keep the legacy of these genres going strong by adding their own touch, personality, and style. So cool. Anton Blast, you know, it's a follow-up to Anton Ball and captures that kinetic energy of destruction and speed so elegantly. Questmaker is one of those games that brings the retro Zelda-esque style, and all while making it contemporary with the dungeon building and sharing aspects of those kind of games. So cool. Make sure to wishlist the games on Steam that you've seen here through the Steam event page and follow all of the developers. They appreciate it. For our last segment, we are going to get into some more narrative-driven games. Some will have darker tones and more adult themes, all while showcasing new looks with art direction and game design. Let's check them out.
Hi, I'm Marco, Creative Director at Iron Lands. Today I'm taking you behind the scenes of Nivalis, the cyberpunk slice of life sim we are developing.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Here we are in Paris at Mocap Lab to do the motion capture for Nivalis. Every morning our actors Christelle and Florian had to be prepped with markers that the Vicon system cameras can detect at up to 2000 frames per second. Characters play a vital role in the game. Your staff, the guests that come to your noodle bar, corporate security, gangs, and all the other people that you meet in the city. They all have their life, and we want their animations to be as true to life as possible. Besides capturing the body movement, we also capture props like umbrellas, trays, meals, fishing rods, kitchen appliances, as well as how the characters interact with chairs, tables, bars, and other objects in the game world. Nivalis is a city that stretches from the ocean to the clouds. The entire city is flooded, crumbling from the pressure of thousands of buildings stacked onto each other over hundreds of years. Nivali residents call it their home. Our motion capture allows us to form more complex interactions with characters, as you make friends, enemies, compete with rivals, forge business partnerships, or maybe even find love. Nivalis is a city full of life, intrigue, and mystery. Thank you for joining me on this little tour behind the scenes. You can wishlist Nivalis now on Steam and the Epic Game Store.
Humanity's thirst for knowledge led to our greatest triumph and our ultimate downfall. We opened the door to worlds beyond our comprehension, but from that door, an unimaginable evil called the Root slipped through and destroyed everything. A couple decades back, we dealt the Root a heavy blow. Bought ourselves some time. We rebuilt as best we could, licked our wounds, and forged a path forward, step by step. But our time is running out. Everything is prey to the Root, and as long as they exist, we will always be hunted. That's where you come in. We need you to journey to some dangerous, yet wondrous worlds, and stop the Root once and for all. To survive, you'll need to push every skill you've got to its limit. But we don't just need you to survive. We need you to prevail. Use whatever gear you can find. Modify your weapons with what you can scrounge up in your travels. And be smart. Bring the backup you need. We're counting on you, Traveler. Stop this infestation before it extinguishes the last flickering flame of humanity. If you fail, well, let's just say failure isn't an option. Our future is in your hands now. Without you, everything we know and love will fall to ash. Nobody's beyond redemption, Chelsea. Nobody. No matter who they are or what they've done. The right path is always there. If we choose to walk it.
Perception to deception.
I sacrificed my health, my body, my life, everything.
Every ounce of blood and my tears.
What do you want?
My employers have a job for you. You ever heard of the Underground Fight Championship?
Oh, the game is still being played, Chelsea. You just never realized it because you were only a pawn.
You want me to keep a secret? That's gonna cost you.
To be the player, fully coming alive. No more listening to this placating. I can't allow their dark design. Not this time.
I'm not a pawn anymore. Now I'm one of the players.
Go of fear in relinquishing.
I don't know who you people are, but I am coming for you.
We can be free.
Still afraid of the dark, sis.
Wow, the style of Evolutus is it's a new direction for art and animation, and seeing the ins and outs of Nivalis and how it's progressing is super fascinating. All of the games this summer were just so good. Thanks to all of the developers for sharing their babies and art with us. Such talented teams that are inspiring to current and next generation game developers and artists. Like, I can't even express it. Thanks to our sponsors for putting it down and supporting our events. Shout out to our broadcasting partners, Twitch, GameSpot, IGN, and Steam. We have more showcases, interviews, and in-person events coming up, so make sure to follow us for updates on Twitter at Indie Exchange and at Guerrilla Collect, and everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange and Guerrilla Collective. Make sure to tune in next for Dames for Games and Black Voice in Gaming. Once again, I'm your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix. I will see you soon. Peace.
welcome to the first ever Dames for Games showcase. You all, this means so much to me, and it's an understatement to say I'm overjoyed that I can finally share this with you all today. Dames for Games was created to give women in the gaming community a chance to share their story, contributions, and love of games. I wanted this show to highlight some of the things that women have done in the industry and continue to do in the gaming community itself, and, you know, as technical artists, as producers, as art directors, all the things that we've done because we love games. We've come such a long way, and women have been there since the beginning. You may not have realized that, but we've been there since the beginning, playing games, helping to create the stories, and helping to create the games themselves. Now, you may have seen me around the block. You may have seen me hosting on Black Voices in Gaming, another incredible show that you guys have to catch this summer, which is going to be showcasing all kinds of Black developers who are up and coming and showing their wonderful games. You may have seen me chatting with my fam over at the Level 1 2XP podcast, and you might have caught me in your DMs trying to help market indie games as the marketing manager of Freedom Games. My name is Destiny, and to say that I'm thrilled, you know I'm already excited to be here because I helped create this with a lot of other people. Like, we've come together to put this show together, but we have so much in store for you. And before we jump into the first incredible interview, I'm going to let my homegirl Red tell us a little bit about herself.
Thanks, Des. You said a lot in a nutshell. That's like the commencement speech right there. Hi, everyone. I'm Red Infamy. You're a master geetress, also founder of Geek Game Tight, and a veteran journalist in the gaming industry. Like, I'm so hyped because when Destiny first told me about creating a showcase to shine light on women and girls from all walks of life in the community, I was like, sign me up right away. I'm all for changing the narrative. So like Des, also I've been a part of the Mix Fam, co-hosting Black Voices in Gaming. Like she said, definitely check out this summer, which is an incredible showcase, spotlighting a lot of marginalized, of course, game developers and give them new light and shine. And now I have the honor of working with the Dames for Games team. I'm so excited about what's about to show in store. So we have a lot from the community, professionals, and also projects led by some amazing ladies to show today. So y'all stay excited just as long with us too. So all this cannot happen without support needed to even make this come alive, from an idea to what we have fruition today. So Destiny, let everyone know about our support and partners.
It's my pleasure. So first of all, we would really love to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Freedom Games. They just made so much of this possible. They really know how to make a girl feel special. Also to the Mix team, who continues to make waves in the industry and honestly have been such a great influence and help. They've helped to create spaces like this, and I can't thank them enough. Kickstarter is out here kicking butt and taking names as one of the premier places to crowdfund and market your game and anything else you really have going on. Did you guys see what I did with the joke there? Yeah, comical genius. And also, last but not least, Experience Studios. They're the nonprofit organization that BVIG is under. That's Black Voices in Gaming, and soon to be Dames for Games, so that we can take on the noble cause to help provide funds to up-and-coming developers and all the support they need to create their games. Next, we'd like to shout out some partners who have worked with us to help market and just get the word out about this incredible showcase. Wings, an amazing organization working to help developers reach their dreams. Geek Game Tight. I believe we have somebody on the show who runs Geek Game Tight. Her name may or may not be Red Infamy.
I don't know.
Also, Otaku Noir, the creators of the first Blurred box. I don't know if you guys have ever had those mystery boxes where you sign up for them and get all kinds of goodies, but you need to check out Otaku Noir. They have some incredible stuff in their boxes. And last but not least, I said that twice, but Party Chat Podcast, such a dope scene over at Party Chat Podcast. If you haven't checked them out, it is a must. They will also be streaming our showcase. Huge thank you to Christine. She is incredible. Now, on to our broadcasting partners, who without their help, you guys would not be watching right now. So that's right. Let's not forget them. Twitch Gaming, IGN, Game Jolt, GameSpot, and Steam. You all are incredible because you help us spread the word about these initiatives and help us to create the change that we want to see. But before we jump right into seeing our first game and our first developer and talking all things good, Red, can you tell the people where to find us if they want to find out more information?
Oh, indeed. So everyone, make sure you follow us on Dames for Games on Twitter, Dames for Games YouTube channel, Instagram, and TikTok. And last but not least, I gotta say it just like you. All the games they're showing throughout the entire showcase. Make sure you definitely check out the Steam page, which is the Mix Events page, where you'll see a lot of Dames for Game titles, buy the available games that's already out, and make sure you wishlist them as well. It really helps the developers kind of gauge who's interested in their games, and you also get updates as well when it releases.
Absolutely. If you type in Guerrilla Collective 2023, when you go to Steam, it'll bring up all of the games from the Guerrilla Collective, Black Voices in Gaming, and the incredible games we're going to show today on Dames for Games. But, Red, I just want to say I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you so much. As she said, you can keep up with our journey across several social media platforms. But I think it's that time. I think it's time to start the show and give the people what they came for. Are we ready?
I've been ready. Let's get this going.
She's been ready. She's been ready. All right, let's get it going. Let's get it going. Oh my God. Okay, listen, I know I get excited about a lot of things, but the music and like the entire feel of this game, my grandpa used to watch wrestling. Like, I don't remember when it would come on, but I swear to God, he broke at least 3 Lazy Boys just getting super excited into it. And my grandma would get so mad and just watching that wrestling again. But wrestling is hype. And I love that we have a game about it. It's so colorful. It's so cool. Red, tell me, what did you think about Wrestle Story?
Like, just like you mentioned, I was bopping to the music and everything. But yeah, wrestling, used to watch it when I was little. I even have family that are wrestler. My nephew is a up and coming wrestler. So
okay,
shouts out to Trayvon. But the game looks incredible. I love how you can create your own characters and everything. So I can't wait to play and speak to Zoe.
Awesome. Well, that's who we have up next. Zoe Servant, the art director of this incredible game, The Wrestle Story. Zoe, are you with us?
Hello. Yes, I think I'm with you. How's it going? Thanks for having me.
Good. No, thanks for coming on, because I know as a developer, you guys are very busy. You have all these things, and the game's not out yet because you're still working on it. But one of my questions before we even start to talk about the game is, can you tell us a little bit about your journey in the industry? Like, how did you become the art director of Wrestle Story?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So growing up, I have always loved video games. I've always loved art, and I was very fortunate to have two parents who were also artists. So they were always very supportive and encouraging of me in that pursuit. And when I started looking at colleges and thinking about what I was going to do for my, my job or my life, my mom suggested, well, maybe, would you want to work in animation? And I didn't, up until that point, ever really consider that that was something that people did as a job. Obviously, they do. Someone has to create the media that we consume, but I just never really thought about it. So I ended up going to USC for at their interactive game design program. And I was there for 4 years. And then when I graduated, I was trying to look for work and I was really struggling, couldn't get anything. I was applying all around. It was very discouraging, but I ended up working in stop motion. I ended up working a lot of freelance, and all that time I was just applying to everything I could possibly apply to. I was working on my portfolio on the side, just trying to improve it as much as I possibly could. And eventually I was able to get a job at an educational games company. And I worked there for a few months, or about 8 months, until an old classmate of mine from USC actually reached out to me and was able to pull me in at TikTok. So that was about 4 years ago. So I've been at TikTok for about 4 years. And I started as an associate art director and then eventually moved up to art director at the studio. So yeah, that's a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, no, the game looks good. Red could not wait, y'all. She started playing already. So we're checking out the game. It looks incredible. The character design is great. Like, I'm super excited. But before, I throw it over to Red, she was bopping to the music really hard. Y'all, she was bopping to the music before we even started interviewing. Like, she was just like, what is this? Like, all kinds of moves. And I know from just speaking to you earlier that you were really excited about the music too, because it kind of brought it to life. So as Red is getting in here and starting her wrestle journey life, can you tell us about the music?
Yeah, absolutely. So the music was made by a company called A Shell in the Pit. They've done a lot of music for different games, Rogue Legacy, Untitled Goose Game. They've got a lot of really talented artists there. So we were fortunate enough to work with them on the PAX demo that we put together. And all of the music came in really kind of down to the wire. All the sound effects that you're hearing in the demo, they came in probably, 2 to 3 weeks before PAX East. So we've been working on this, and then to hear the sound come in and to hear the music come in, I opened the build one day and I was like, oh my God, you're running around Paradise City, and it's it feels like this tropical place. It feels so good. And when the game director Steve sent me the Paradise City soundtrack that came in, I was on a road trip driving up north, and I just played it on a loop for probably 10 minutes, just being like, oh, this is so good. I want to put it on Spotify. Everyone should get to hear this. I can't wait to put it in the game. That was a really exciting moment.
That's what's up. And listen, it really does fit the overall look and feel of the game. Now, one of the questions I wanted to ask as an art director, because a lot of people may not know what it is you do, specifically at the company. My words are leaving my brain. It's because I'm hungry. But so can you tell us a little more about being an art director and kind of the role that you play when it comes to creating games?
Yeah, absolutely. So my role, for the past 2.5 years, we've been working on this game. It's been a very small team. Myself, our game director, our lead programmer, just sort of incubating the idea. And for the past 2 years, pretty much my role as the art director has been figuring out, obviously how it's going to look, setting style parameters around the UI, the visual effects, the character designs, the environments, figuring out how they all kind of mesh together, and then figuring out how we, can scale that up in a 3D sense. So figuring out how You know, some characters look good in a 2D sketch, and then when you transform them into a 3D world, there's some weird stuff
Absolutely.
going on. So there was a lot of iteration on that, a lot of exploration. So yeah, for the first 2 years, my job was mostly concepting and style establishing. So doing a lot of art. And my job now has transformed a little bit. I think, you know, when people hear art director, they do think you're doing a lot of art. But the truth is, once your team becomes large enough, the job really does become more management and sort of production focused. So doing a lot of red lines, giving feedback, writing up assignments. And there's a little bit of a balance in there because I like to get in and get my hands dirty too. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Red, how are you doing? I didn't pay attention to which character is yours, but I can tell you're the one with the pink pompadour. That's you, right? That's all you.
Yeah.
There you go.
that was
You got it.
perfect.
I was like, wait a
Yeah.
minute. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
That one's tricky. So yeah, all of the different moves are going to have different action commands associated with them. So, you know, the body slam has a hold the joystick up and release. Other moves will have, you know, different timing button presses. You'll see a little bit more, you know, if you get that far in the demo. But yeah, we wanted to give the player a lot to do during combat. I think people sometimes hear turn-based combat and they kind of worry that it won't be super engaging. But wrestling is all about the drama. It's all about, you know, the hard hits. So we wanted to make sure that that is coming through for the player even in a turn-based game. Keep them engaged.
I love the character design. I love the character design so much. Like, it's just so fun, you know? And then, like, the entire city, I just want to run around it and explore it. Like, everything just looks so well put together. It's very cohesive. Red, tell us your thoughts. Like, you're actually in there playing the game. Like, how do you feel about it?
I mean, so far, like, even starting out, I love the banter already, and even the different dialogue that you can choose. I love when you can actually pick what you want to say. So if you want to be a little quirky, sinister, or very professional, or whatever, in a way you want to be with your dialogue, then you can. But I love how I look. I love that you can create your own character in some type of way. I love the skin tones. Y'all know I love, you gotta be melanated in some type of way.
You gotta have some variety,
yeah. So I love that people are able to choose what they want, and it is a different spin on wrestling games. So I feel like anyone and everyone can actually play it. So it's dope.
Yeah,
I do have a
that's
question,
awesome.
Zoe. So with animation, like, I have some friends that develop or make animation as far as with film. What would you say is some of the obstacles you had to overcome with being an animator?
That is a great question. I think the biggest obstacle, and this is something that we're still kind of working through, figuring out, you know, ironing out the kinks in, is, you know, you mentioned the character design, something being something that you really liked. That has posed an interesting, some interesting challenges to us. You know, originally we had a lot of characters that were sort of a little bit more uniform in their shape, which makes it a little bit easier to have characters of different, you know, of similar shapes, picking each other up and throwing them. But we decided that we wanted to really push and pull the proportions. You'll see characters that are really large. You know, they got these giant shoulders, they got big heads, they got big feet. And they're picking up and throwing characters that are really small, you know, maybe 2 to 3 times smaller than them. And figuring out how to get animations on one character to, you know, a body slam on one character to look good on a body slam on, you know, the same animation on a different character. That has been a challenge. But I think that, you know, where we've landed with it is successful. But there's always something funky that goes on when you put a new animation in there and you're like, all right, let's try this on the big boss character and see how it looks. You never quite know. You're kind of crossing your fingers and hoping that nothing crazy is going to happen. But I think that's probably been the main obstacle for us is because we've pushed our characters so far design-wise, it does, you know, it raises a couple questions of how's the animation going to look when they start throwing each other around the ring, because that's really important. It's a wrestling game, you know.
Right. And it's looking like spectacular. And first of all, like our interview times are always so short. Like, I always want to ask a ton more questions and get like really in depth with it, because there's so many things that go into creating a game, and we've only scratched the surface. Okay, guys, we've only scratched the surface. But hopefully we can bring you back. We can bring Wrestle Story back, and we can get more in depth about like other things that you guys are doing with the game. Now, I don't know if I can ask this, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. Is there like a time frame of a demo that's gonna drop so our viewers and others can check it out for themselves and experience the Wrestle Story?
So currently we don't have a release date. The plan is, you know, we are going to release it when it's good and ready and we're happy with it and we think that people will really enjoy it. We are looking for a publisher, so hopefully by the time this interview comes out, we've got, you know, some fun updates on that. But, you know, obviously external funding will really help to move that release date closer. But right now, what we're planning is PAX West is probably the next time people will be able to play the game. We're hoping to have, you know, you saw in the demo, there was sort of character presets that you could choose from. We're working right now on an even more fleshed out character creator that's got a lot of variety in it. So hopefully
I love
the next time people play the game, we can showcase that. Yeah, and because that was kind of the biggest feedback that we got from people at PAX was that they just wanted to make their own wrestler, which is like totally fair. That's exactly what I want to do too. So yeah, I'm really excited to be able to show that off, and hopefully PAX West will be when we're able to show more of the content that we've been creating.
Thank you, Zoe. So if you guys are going to be at PAX West, make sure to stop by their booth. They were at PAX East. It was incredible. I know we're running on time, but they actually had a wrestler stop by and people were losing their mind. Zoe, in like 30 seconds, maybe less, can you tell us a little bit about that? The wrestler who stopped by to play your game.
Yeah, so Austin Creed, who is, he goes by Xavier Woods, he's a WWE wrestler. He was doing a panel for his Up Up Down Down show, and somebody mentioned our game. He came down and he checked out the flyer, took a picture of it, and then we heard about that and we were like, wow, that's amazing. We hope that he comes by. And he actually did end up coming by the next day and playing the game. He hung out with us for a little bit. It was really cool to meet him. Very surreal moment to see him come in and be like, oh my God. That's Austin Creed.
Yo, if you get a wrestler blessing your game, I think it's gold. If you
That'd
get
be
a
nice
wrestler coming
if
in
Austin
and blessing
Creed
your
was
game.
in there. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
that's
would be cool.
wild. You got to do a shout out
That
to
would
him
be cool if
somehow.
he's in the game.
That would be very cool. You never know.
Well,
Time will
Zoe-
tell. We got a lot of dev ahead of us. So
That's true. That's true. Well, Zoe, thank you
Make
so
him an
much for
invoice or
spending some
something.
time and coming on and talking with us, letting us play your game and show our audience. If people want to keep up with you and what TikTok Games is doing, and if they want to just keep up on Wrestle Story, can you drop your socials for us?
yeah, absolutely. So my socials, just my name, Zoe Serban. But if you want to keep up to date on what the game is, on what's happening with the game, you can check out TikTok Games on Twitter, TICTOC Games, not the video app. And you can also check out Wrestle Story on Steam. Give us a wish list. That's super helpful for us in our publisher hunt. And you'll also get updates as we, announce closer to release and everything like that.
Awesome. Zoe, once
Thank
again.
you guys so much.
No, thank you, because I know developers are busy, and this has been so incredible. All of our guests have been super, super awesome, and you are no exception, so I appreciate it so much. But
thank you guys so much.
You're welcome. We have Wrestle Story was just the first interview. Okay, we have so much more to show you, and I feel like you're gonna be blown away. I'm running out of words. Red to talk to the people.
I'm gonna follow up. I'm gonna give you the follow up, all right? But everyone, y'all are in store like for some epicness, some dopeness, epicness, all from people that are alike, that love the passion for gaming, ladies out there from whatever age, whatever walk of life. We do exist, okay? We do exist. We create, we innovate, here in this space, and we're about to show you more of that during the Dames for Games showcase. So get excited with
Stay
us.
tuned. Stay tuned. Guys, and any of the games that you see in today's showcase, including Wrestle Story, make sure to check out Guerrilla Collective 2023 on Steam. Go wishlist some of those games. They are incredible. The ones we're going to show later are incredible. And also, there are going to be some cool games with Black Voices in Gaming and just the Guerrilla Collective in general. So it's the summertime. This is the perfect time to go wishlist games and go buy some games. So go do it. And we'll catch you in the next interview.
Yo, Wrestle Story looked amazing. And everyone, remember, whatever you see throughout the show, wishlist it on Steam, our Steam page. It helps support the developers and let them know specifically who's interested in their game. So make sure you support that way if you want the game or just to support in general. So up next, we have a special guest from the gaming community. All right, but before we jump into our guests, we have a new player coming in, a new host, and I'm going to leave it to you, Hugger.
What is up, Red? I am excited to be here. My name is the Floor Hugger. You guys might see me at level 1 more than anything else, doing podcasts, being weird on Tuesdays, and just enjoying things. You can find me all across social media. You'll find me on TikTok the most. It's all the Floor Hugger. So if you just want to hang out for a bit, go play some Valorant with me, I'll be down for that.
Yeah, you gotta get me into the Apex and everything and the Valorant, because I've been slacking a bit.
I got you.
But we do have a fellow shooter here. Okay, we have Cells from the community, who is a huge Halo fan. So Cells, welcome in.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Thank you for being here. Listen,
Thank you so
I've seen your content. I've seen you in these Halo streets. So let us know, your humble beginnings in gaming.
So, pretty much, I grew up with a bunch of boys. We all lived on the same block, and we all hung out in each other's basements and played video games. And I've always been exposed to video games, even if I wasn't playing it. If it was either my uncles or my cousins or my brother, there was always a console in the house. And even if I wasn't playing with it at the time, I was always exposed to video games, whether I was gonna play or not. But luckily for me, I got into it, and I ended up making friends growing up who were the big reason why I got into Halo, and we ended up just always hanging out in each other's basements, eating pizza, and hanging out till 3 in the morning, doing system links and stuff.
Well, that's taking it way back, right, Hugger? That's taking it way back.
I'm just gonna say we're doing a LAN party. Everybody bring your console over.
Yep, we all had our book bags with our Xboxes in it and stuff.
It's making me reminisce on old times there. You made me almost shed a tear for a second there. I miss those days.
Seriously.
So being a mom, a lot of people don't understand a lot of times. I'm an auntie, okay? But being a mom and a gamer, how is that? And do you find yourself even teaching your children about video games as well?
Well, I always say that thanks to my oldest son, I got back into gaming. I've only played on consoles. My son is the PC kid. He has, he's really into his gaming and everything. And I've always found myself going back and forth. I'll have a moment where I'll binge and play video games for a specific amount of time. Then, mom life happens, and then I really find myself not having as much time. one day my son comes up to me, he's like, you know, there's a new Halo game coming out, and I was like, oh really? You should play. And from there on, I got back into it, and it was like, I was just so happy that I was able to. I missed it, you know. It was something that I looked forward to whenever I needed like a moment and, you know, needed a break. And it was cool because I just feel like now I have something more to connect with my son. So we'll, you know, and as I've been, you know, becoming more familiar with the world of gaming and like speaking to more people within the gaming community, learning about other titles and stuff like that, it's what influenced me to start streaming. And I thank my son for it. He was like, Mom, you should just get back on and play again, because he's always seen me dabble at video games here and there since he was a baby. And you know, I guess from seeing me play here and there, got him into it. Yeah. So we inspired each other, I guess.
Do you have anything to ask? Since you're a shooter, you know, you got a fellow shooter right here, okay? Halo
I got
OG.
no aim though, that's the thing. I love shooters, but I can't aim. What's your favorite Halo?
Amos,
Because
this
I'm
is
now
my friend.
getting into Halo. Oh, I gotta get into this.
Amos,
But
this
yeah,
is
what's
my
your favorite
friend.
Halo?
Halo. So I could say Halo 3 because, you know, that's like the go-to for everyone in the 360 generation, because that was like the first, like that was my first real console that I had. Went to GameStop and bought, waited online for Halo 3, got the Legendary Edition, the helmet with all the games inside, like. But I do
we see
have
that in the background.
Yeah. I do have a soft spot for Halo 2 because that's what me and my friends played. And then story-wise, Halo 4 has my heart. I sobbed immensely when I played that campaign. So I don't know, I like all of them.
Hey, that's fair. They are all fantastic games of varying quality for some people, but it's a franchise that has been, what, 20 years now? Like,
Yeah.
there's a reason why. Do you play any other games but Halo?
Yeah, Fortnite has me in a chokehold.
Too right now. That's my go-to multi right now.
Yes, like if I don't know what to play, if I'm just like, oh, I don't know what I'm in the mood for, I'm just like, oh, let me just play Fortnite. Like, and then I play Overwatch. I just recently got into Overwatch.
Okay.
I also play Call of Duty, and trying to like, you know, try other things. Like I was trying Counter-Strike, Battlefield, and stuff like that. I want to like learn more shooters and get familiarized and, you know, incorporate that when I stream, like, because that's what my main focus is when it comes to streaming, just like shooting things. So the more games I can like expose myself to, I'm down for it.
I hear that.
Those are my four mains right now.
That's what's up.
Okay.
So as a content creator, right? As a content creator, and also as a mommy, I love to say mommy gamer. How do you balance it all? Because from streaming to playing the latest games and even dabbling in different games all at once, how do you balance that? Even you know, being a mommy gamer at the same time.
To be completely honest, like I'm still figuring it out myself. Like schedule wise and everything. At first when I started, I was just going with the flow, like if I had, you know, like in reality it's like on the weekends when the kids go with their dad and stuff. So like that would be when I would but I since there's been more of like a growth within my channel and stuff like that, I was like, wow, I really need to like start setting up, you know, be a little bit more consistent because like I care about the viewers and stuff, and you know, they like how I play and how I interact, and you know, like at the end of the day for me, it's just I always considered when I hop on streams, like it's just me hanging out with my friends, you know. I Like I go on, I'm like, hi guy, like, you know, it'll like, I always felt like this, like the people who join in and like hang out with me on my stream, it's like these would be like people I would hang out with and play video games with, you know, if we were all in my house hanging out. So
Exactly.
yeah, like, so at first, you know, I would just wing it and wait till the kids go to bed or while the kids are in school and everything like that. So little by little, I'm trying to like figure out a decent schedules to be more consistent. So it's a little hard because you know, like times like this, for example, like anything can happen. Kids, or I try to like get them to nap, and I'm like, yeah, like yeah, I'm here like streaming, and my daughter just like jumps on me, and she's like, "Mom, I want a snack." Like, okay. So it's a still work in progress.
Dope. So have you introduced like any games like to your twins? Because you mentioned you have twins as well, and they're younger than your eldest. So have you introduced or played any games with them or got them involved too?
Angry Birds. I feel like that's the go-to. Like, yeah, see, I say it, and she's like, Angry Birds. Like, yeah, that was.
That's adorable.
I know. Like my son, that was his first game, and he was like all about it. Had all the plushies, had books. Like, I think I have one of his old books here from when.
If they want to join, they're more than welcome. If they want to join, oh, one of the I have one of those.
These were like my sons. I have that too. So yeah, like he was all about like Angry Birds and Plants vs. Zombies. Like these were his games. So I was like, hey, you know, like these are the games that my oldest son started playing when he was their age. So now I introduced it to them, and I'm like, oh, I guess, you know, these are the building blocks to making gamers.
I love that.
Core memories right there. That's adorable. And
Thanks.
you are adorable. Your kids are adorable. And just sitting with you right now makes me so happy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love your content. So before we head out, is it as far as anything you want to share, and also where can we find you and catch your content?
So what I would like to share is within the gaming community, I primarily want to focus on gamers who are neurodiverse. Like my youngest son, he's on the spectrum, he has autism, and you know, sharing his story as his caregiver, I was able to connect with a lot of, you know, gamers who are who come to my stream who, you know, are on the spectrum, have autism, ADHD, and you know, a lot of the times they, you know, have difficulty, you know, navigating within the gaming community, like getting to know others, and I always honor them. Like I would love to, you know, create a space where I can, you know, show off, you know, different neurodiverse gamers who aren't afraid to share their stories on mental health and stuff like that. So that's one thing. And also just connecting gamers that are moms, and you know, the same way, like how do, you know, like talk and vent about mommyhood and about games and stuff. It's just like I just want to build a community of, you know, people that I can relate to, you know, because I, as a neurodiverse mother of 3, it's like the best way to, you know, connect with others is to find people who are similar to you and build like a family.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Listen, you have a family here as well to help you do that here at Days for Games. So just let us know. And as far as your Twitch and your Twitter as well, is it all IMCells?
Yeah, everything's the same. My Instagram, my Twitch, my Twitter, my YouTube channel, everything's IMCells. Nice and easy.
Well, y'all heard it, everyone. So y'all definitely check out Cells.
Oh, TikTok too.
TikTok too. I need to work on TikTok.
Yeah.
So we don't have to talk. TikTok as well. But thank you so much for joining Hugger and I and being a part of Dames for Games. So thank you so much, and sharing your story and letting us know how you start your humble beginnings, and also your family that you got involved with gaming as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you again.
Thank
I
you.
really, really appreciate this opportunity. You guys are amazing.
You're amazing.
You're amazing, honestly. Thank you.
So Hugger, what you think so far? Like, we got Cells
I don't know how
on.
she does it.
Listen, salute to Cells. Okay, we just gonna say salute to Cells. Because that's a lot. I think a lot of people don't understand balancing family and also doing your passion as well. So shouts out to all the mommies, the aunties, the grandmas, the TTs, the tias, and everyone out there
Every woman
that try to
out there
balance it
enjoying
all.
games right now. Exactly.
Exactly.
It's not easy because she's just trying to have fun too, and we can speak from us. Sometimes gaming, it's hard. It's hard to have fun, find fun, and the fact that she's done it and is bringing her family in, that's admirable. That is so adorable too. And she almost brought a tear to my eye, Red. Like, her kids are so cute.
You got the glasses to kind of, hide everything. The little
Nobody can tell when I'm
kids and
crying.
stuff.
There's a reason for the glasses. Nobody can tell when I'm about to cry.
See, I need that. So we have some more incredible people heading up next. So Hugger, share what we got.
Before we get into that, you might want to take a look at the Steam page. There's going to be some great games out there that you might get a nice discount on that you want to play. But if you're excited now, if you're excited for what just happened, you'll be super excited with our next segment, which is the Star Player, and Michelle is going to take it home for us. Stay tuned for more from Dames for Games. I'm the Floor Hugger. You know where to find me. I hope y'all have a great day, and all my socials are all the same.
Thanks, Floor Hugger. That was a great interview. It's amazing to see how many people manage to game and create content all while being a parent. Women have been in the gaming industry since the industry's beginnings. Legendary women like Roberta Williams, Carol Shaw, Mabel Addis, Muriel Tremy, and Donna Bailey have paved the way for our star players. Our star players are the women who are making waves in gaming and the gaming community today. Here are their stories.
You are now rocking with the hostess with the mostest. This is your girl, the natural hair gamer, Janae Bonet, and I'm a games journalist in the industry. Anything that has to do with diversity, inclusion, bringing in more women, bringing in more Black people, you can always find a trace of me. I actually wrote a book, an ebook that helps games journalists or aspiring games journalists be better at their craft or get into the profession. So I shared all of my tools with you guys. Anything you want to know is in that book. I'm currently working on a documentary about women in the gaming industry worldwide. So I just got back from Europe talking to all these amazing women who work in the games industry, not just as programmers, but artists, release managers, jobs that we probably never even heard of. The point of the documentary is to educate, inspire, and inform to let women of all walks of life know that they can be a part of the gaming industry. So I can't wait to share the full documentary with you guys. So until next time, game safely.
Hi, my name is Ami. It's so nice to meet you. I'm a visual narrator with a background in illustration and game design. On the side, I like to make videos from my streams where I play indie games for all my loved ones and friends to watch. In general, my interest in games kind of comes from the love of the fact that there's so many levels of collaboration in this art form, from when you make it, from when you want others to play it, and then when you want to play it with others to share. I think, though, when I play games, I really enjoy the fact that I'm able to explore another world and really pushing those limits of what the game already allows me to explore, and really just like enjoying the narrative that another person's trying to tell me. It's, for me, a very beautiful form of storytelling, and I think that I'd love to hear more of other people's worlds and perspectives. It was so nice to meet you.
I really like Mario Kart. It's like the best game ever.
Hello, my name's Buff Garden. I'm a full-time variety streamer on Twitch, and I've been streaming for 9 years, well, just about 9 years. Gaming has always been a hobby since I was born, just absolutely been passionate about it forever. As long as I can remember, it's brought me and family and so many friends together, and I absolutely love it. It's provided me with a job that I've done on Twitch again for 9 years, which I'm so grateful for, and just brought me so many amazing memories, and has really brought me and a bunch of new people and new friends together. And I'm just so grateful for what games have done for me. With Twitch, I was able to move to Australia and pursue my dream of living here, which is so amazing. And clearly is just, like many people, provided me hours and hours and hours of entertainment and joy.
My name is Zelda Oakley, and my mom's a game designer for Freedom Games. And I love games because I get to play with them, with mommy and daddy.
My name's Aziza Brown. I am the CEO and founder of Dynamic Focus. We are an esports team that has been in operation since 2016. We focus on fighting games, we have been traveling, and also we have been working with different content creators to grow their brands and make them more acceptable for the marketplace so they can grow and be an entity of their own. Also, I am the investor in the Queen of the Hill series, a series for women, non-binary, and feminine-identified competitors, casters, and production people to be noticed by the industry. I'm also a co-host for TO Talks, a podcast that talks about the industry at large, about tournament organizing. Our socials, Dynamic Focus on every single one, Twitter, Facebook, everything. Remember, Dynamic Focus with a K.
I like to play Tukabuka. I like to play Subway Surfers. I like to play my Nintendo Switch.
What do you play on your Nintendo Switch?
Super Smash Bros. Minecraft.
Oh.
And I play Coffee and Minecraft.
Do you guys love video games?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you guys want to play a lot of them?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Kay, and I am a co-founder of Otaku Noir. What is Otaku Noir? Well, we are a quarterly subscription box service. We created this during the height of the pandemic because we miss visiting Black creators and creators of color at the local conventions. So we decided to create a service where these talented creators can have their work shared with our audiences. Speaking of our audience, we are so lucky and so happy to be teaming up with Games for Games and Black Voices in Gaming to give our subscribers a lot of awesome merch that you honestly don't want to miss out on. This is to promote our September gaming box. One more kicker. One lucky subscriber will win a really great prize. So stay tuned for more details.
Hey, my name is Ksenia. I am originally from Minsk but currently living in Batumi, and I'm the creator of Flawless Savvy. I have a really diverse range of interests, including drawing, crafting with different materials, cooking, playing various instruments, and gaming. Art has always been a significant part of my life. I have acquired skills in drawing, graphic design, composition, animation, game design, and I continue to learn new things every day. The question of why I love games is really important to me as it relates to how I perceive art. As a player, you are not only an observer, rather you become an actor on a stage alongside other participants who can help you or manipulate you, and even be real humans just like you. When developing indie games, it is more likely that you have to be a generalist to some extent, although my strongest suit, I think, lies in art direction. Being a team leader is a really hard work, but love what you do what you love, and everything will fall into places.
There are many reasons as to why I love gaming, but one of the most important reasons is the ability that games have to transport us into a different experience. It makes us laugh, makes us cry, gives us different perspectives, provides an opportunity for us to connect. And that's what I love about my community, or the gaming community, is the ability that we can have to connect with each other, to laugh together, to cry together, to rage together. And sometimes it brings up topics and conversations that I think need to be had, and games provides that. I love meeting with my community each week and just connecting, and games provides that.
Hey, my name is Jessica. I am the PR director at Uber Strategist, a PR and marketing agency serving the video game, tabletop, and technology industries. I've been gaming basically since I got my first Super Nintendo console. I don't even remember what age now, but yeah, gaming's been one of my biggest passions in life ever since. I met with developers as media, and was just really inspired by their passion for their projects and their hard work and just all the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into their work. And I decided that I wanted to be on the other side of that, helping them make their projects a success. And ultimately I landed at Uber Strategist, who I have to give big props to, just for enabling me to become the best version of myself and make a living doing what I love to do in a leadership role that I never thought was actually possible for myself. Women just have such an important role to play in this industry and bring value to any team fortunate enough to have them. And my message to other women and girls that aspire to find a career here: you can do it, you can absolutely do it, and don't settle for anything else less than you deserve. So thank you for the amazing team at Dames and Games for having me. This was a lot of fun, and I'm so excited to see more women join this industry and make it bigger and better than ever.
Hi, my name is Quinn, and I'm 8 years old, and my favorite video game so far for right now is Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And I like that video game mostly because you get to collect stuff and make weapons. I like getting to see other people, like other people's perspective, like the character's perspective in the game. I think girls in games are important because girls' perspectives are kind of important when they mix with games. I hope everyone has a good showcase, and thanks, Dames for Games.
That was really great. Glad to see so many women from every age and background enjoying gaming. You can keep up with all their progress at Dames for Games on Twitter and across social media. I'm Michelle Franklin, narrative designer at Recombobulator Games. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok at author Michelle Franklin. And now, on to Jenny.
Thanks so much, Michelle, and what an incredible highlight of women in the industry. Now it's time to change gears and take a look at some upcoming games created by women-led teams.
the developer that brought you Mass Effect 3 and Dead Space 2, comes a new narrative adventure. Explore worlds filled with carpet-based life forms. Meet the crew of the intergalactic cruise ship Princess Andromeda. And help the galaxy's greatest space cat detective stop a shape-shifting jewel thief before it's too late. Set sail with Inspector Domino for an adventure of interplanetary proportions in Spaceboat.
Hello, woman, standing in line. You look just fine, but understand you'd be prettier if you smiled at me. It broke my world. Why so angry all the time when I talk? You should smile. Come on, girl, what you wearing? Tells the world you are to play this game. For the fact that you're telling me what I should do. You're the reason I hide my smile and while I never feel safe at night. There's nothing here for you to see. I will be free.
Do you remember the warm of childhood? How it felt to have knee bruises and pine needles stuck in your fingers? The wind in your hair and the fleeting carelessness. But also, overcoming the difficult times and injustice. Building friendships that last a lifetime can be tricky, but don't be afraid, my little pie. Mama will always be there when you feel alone. Experience the magic of childhood again with Sanya.
Phew, a quick breather before we dive into some more games. Remember, one of the best ways to stay updated on titles that you're excited about is to wishlist them on Steam. It's good for the developers and can help make sure that you don't lose track of the final game when it's out and ready to play, because you'll get a little notification when it launches. Ready to fill up your wish lists? Well, stay tuned because part 2 of our montage is ready to go, and we've got lots more to share.
Windspell, the crafter's paradise. You still can't believe that you finally managed to open your own storefront here.
Hello? Groundskeeper Bellin, please. Or better, just Bellin. I understand that you offer smithing services here.
You're not sure what exactly you're going to sell yet. That, you reason, depends on what the customers ask for. You're flexible. Less flexible is the feeding schedule of your pet owl cat, Meow.
Let's have a look.
Oh, hello. Are you the owner?
The world is but a dried-up wasteland. Water's become the new gold. Only a handful have managed to survive. In a world where even water is scarce, unlimited growth isn't an option, because every little bit counts. In this unforgiving place, nothing lasts forever. Adapt to a nomadic lifestyle, or die. Develop laws and technologies to kickstart progress when you settle down again. There's no end to the dangers of the wasteland. But with your guidance, your survivors just might make it through the night.
First Bite, a reality dating show starring you. The world's sexiest monsters will compete for your affection. What's the worst that could happen?
It's always exciting to see what's in store for us, and these titles were no exception. A huge thank you to all of the teams joining in for the festivities of Dames for Games. And if you'd like to stay on top of what's happening in the indie world and discover more indie games, please feel free to follow me at Kimchika on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And a major thank you to the Dames for Games team for including me in the fun and festivities. Now, let's check back with Red and Destiny to see what else they've got in store for the rest of the show.
Big shout out to all of our star players who let us share their stories. We truly appreciate it. Michelle and Jenny were absolutely fabulous. If any of you out there want to share your story with us, we're here for it. Hit us up on our socials because we want to know why you love games as much as we do. And you just might be featured in our next showcase. But before we get to our next guest, I can't believe we're already halfway through. Can you believe we're already halfway through? Like, Red.
I want more. Like, we have more, right? Because
we have more. We have a lot more. But before we jump into like our next guest, tell me, what did you think about the trailer montage? That was 16 games, son. 16 games that we showed off. What'd you think?
A hot 16. Hot 16. I thought it was incredible. I love seeing it was a great diverse bunch of games too.
Absolutely.
Like something for everyone. And that's what I love about our showcase is that not only of course is representation of all women from all ages, all walks of life, but then we get to see the diversity of these women-led projects as well. Because a lot of people out there still, it's 2023 and they still think that women are not passionate about games, that we're not creators of video games, content creators, competitors, you name it. They just think we just play Candy Crush and that's it. So we have something like this to show that that doesn't just exist. So I'm excited. I can't wait to dive into our next guest. Destiny, I know you're going to do the honors of introducing what I call our new players and guest hosts.
Absolutely. So we have a special guest host who's going to be doing the next interview with me. You guys stay tuned because you might learn a lot about what it takes to be a developer. show has been so incredible so far. We've had trailers, we've had our special star segment where you guys got to see women in the community and in the industry talking about the changes that they're making and creating the change that they want to see in the community and in the industry. But we still have a whole bunch more to go. I hope you enjoyed the video that we just showed you from the Wings Foundation. They're incredible. They are, you know what? I'm not gonna jump into it. I'm not gonna tell you what they're going to do. First, I'm going to get us over to our new guest host. I'm gonna let her introduce herself, and then she's gonna introduce our guest to talk more about what Wings does, because she's the expert, and you know, it's her world. We're just living in it. So, go ahead, Miko.
Hi, I'm so happy to be here. My name is Miko Charbonneau, and I've been in the game industry about 9 years, mostly as a game designer in AR and VR, and on games like Minecraft and some smaller titles. And right now I run the studio Pretty Smart Games, which you can find out more about if you go to prettysmartgames.com. But enough about me, let's meet Karina Diaz from Wings.
Karina, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Great to join you.
No, thank you. Thank you for, I know you guys are very, very busy, so thank you for coming on. And like, we want to jump right into it. Wings has done so many amazing things for women in developing and marginalized voices. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got started with them, and kind of like what you guys have planned for the future? Because I know you're doing big things.
I would love to. So thanks for having me. My name's Karina Diaz. I work with Wings on many, many different projects, but everything that has to do with communications. So that's kind of my specialty, and why I'm happy to be here with you today. I'm certainly keen to talk about what Wings does and how we've grown over the last few years. I think for myself, I joined Wings in 2020 when it was just a concept that was born out of the GDC Relief Fund. You may have heard of it. Due to COVID, it was started. And as a result, we found, there were a lot of developers in need, and specifically women developers who were in need of funding and support, all kinds of resources. So that's really where Wings came from. I joined, as I said, sort of early on, and since then we've gone on to do really amazing things, work with lots of great teams, and plan some really special events that I think we'll talk more about today.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about, and then I'm going to throw it over to Miko because she has some incredible questions coming from a developer side. But I know, and this will be a great segue, I know that you've been working with Netflix to kind of start this program that also helps up-and-coming developers. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So this is the Elevate program that I think you're referencing. It's the second time we've done an Elevate program, which is intended to be a bit of an incubator for gender marginalized devs to refine their pitch, get their project sort of ready to show off. So sometimes create a prototype or polish a prototype. And the current version of Elevate is sponsored by Netflix. So we've put a focus on mobile games. I think most people know, this is sort of a hot and up and coming area of the industry. It's something that increases accessibility for a lot of people. So we're really keen on mobile games, even though it's something a little bit new in terms of a focus for the Elevate program. The program is going to take 10 teams. It gives them a financial stipend of $10,000. It gives them mentorship, support, connections in the industry, really everything that they would need, I think, to, again, sort of get a project ready to take to that next stage of funding or publisher support. And that's very much in line with what we do at Wings. We try to give that sort of holistic support to our teams, not just money, but also the connections and the mentorship that really make a big difference in this industry.
See, that's incredible. Like that is really what we should be doing. And you're right. Like, I know so many people, like, they don't consider themselves gamers, but look, if you play games, you're a gamer, right? Like, we don't even need titles, but so many
100%.
people, like, right.
Coin.
So many people,
yep.
So many people play games on phones. And some of the games that come out on phones now and on mobile are incredible. Like, so well done. And I love that, like, you guys are really encompassing them, because I feel like a lot of people a lot of developers who are making games on phones and mobile, like, they kind of get, I don't know, they kind of get a little shade, right? So I think
they do.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of great games that will end up No, and there's a lot of great games that will end up on phones in the future. Games that you're probably used to seeing on a console or a PC that are now being ported into a more accessible and portable format. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think anytime as a developer you can have more people experience your game, and whether that be more people, you know, in terms of your sales numbers, or just more people all over the world, like a diverse group of fans that you can build for your studio. Yeah, that's where the mobile advantage lies. And, you know, having said that, obviously we're still looking at funding PC and console games at Wings. That's a huge focus. But the Elevate program does, sort of open up the door, I think, for some of the developers who are looking to explore the mobile market. And obviously with a sponsor like Netflix, they're going hard and heavy into games, and we're really, really excited just, you know, to have their support for women.
Love it. And shout out to Netflix. Y'all are doing the work. Thank you so much. Like, that's what's up. Because when I first heard about it, I was like, yo, Netflix is in on this? Like, that's dope.
Yeah.
But I should mention too, we've partnered with Code Coven on it, who's a great organization in the UK. If you haven't heard of Code Coven, please go check them out. So Wings, you know, we really seek out partners in the industry who share our values and, you know, can make real opportunities happen for marginalized developers. That's our mission.
You know, diversity is the key. Like, everybody plays games. It's not just a one person or one group. Like, we're all playing games, which is one of the reasons why we put this showcase together. But I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to throw it over to Miko because she has some very specific and wonderful questions. If you guys are developers watching this, like, please tune in, because Miko, like, the list it's long, but all the questions are important. And I just know that wasn't to throw shade. I wish we could ask all the questions. So I had her like put the most important ones.
Look, I like to over-prepare, okay?
Listen, I am right there with you.
Bring it on.
I am right there with you.
As a small indie dev, I wear many hats, and one of them is executive producer. So I have to be prepared for things I do. But yeah, Karina, that's awesome. I actually play some of the Netflix games, and I've been really impressed with their platform. So I'm really excited about this program. But yeah, I did put together some questions that I think small, maybe developers that are hobbyists or solo devs or just starting out might be curious about. And to start off, I was wondering, when you get a pitch deck at Wings, what are some things that we can do to make our pitch deck stand out? Like, are there some things that you wish we did more, or that maybe people who are new to pitching don't always think of?
That's a great question. And it comes up a lot. Truthfully, there's not anything I'm going to tell you in this answer that's going to guarantee that your pitch will sort of stand out and shine. I think the project is really the basis for that. But beyond, you know, the core concept that you're pitching, being organized, having some of the fundamentals in your pitch deck. And in fact, if you visit the Wings website on our blog, we have an article about how to create pitches. There's lots of great resources available. But I think, you know, there are some basics that we expect to see, and certainly having a plan for the money that you're asking for. I mean, that sounds like such an obvious thing to include, but sometimes developers, you know, think that they have an idea of what they need to get their game to the finish line, but they may not be taking into account things like playtesting or marketing or PR or localization. There's just so many items that can go into a budget. And I think that, you know, a solid pitch would include your intention for making the best use of the money that you're asking for. It's a lot easier. I mean, we fund projects up to $500K, so we need to have some idea of, you know, where those funds are being allocated. And in a sense, the developers who apply get to make those decisions. So showing us that you've thought about that decision process and, you know, sort of have a plan in place for if we say yes is very important. And other than that, like I said, the quality of your pitch often depends on the project and the ability to present it clearly.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, see, such a short time, but we have one
no,
more
it's
question.
okay.
Yeah, and I feel bad because, like, honestly, I would love, like, I'm just gonna say it now, I would love to have you back on at some point, Karina, because I really do feel like some of these questions are important, and we do have developers who are going to be watching this, and so, like, Miko, Karina, we're going to do something long form where we can really get all these questions answered, because we only have a short time. But
even that question was so valuable because it was about budget, and a lot of indies don't think about that. They're just thinking about the creative side.
Right,
So,
like the
yeah,
localization. Yeah, all of
Yeah,
that.
of
is
course.
great. Yeah. But we're about to like wrap it up. But before we wrap it up, Karina, I feel like you might have some news to share with us. Like some news you want to drop on us. Like I'm excited about it.
I do.
And then
so
after you drop that exciting news, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but after you drop it, because this is very important, we want everybody to know where they can find you, your socials, where they can find out more about Wings, which I feel like is very simple. You know, look up Wings. But if it's not simple, she's going to put all that information out for you. So go ahead.
Absolutely. So really quick news. We've got some great games that we've signed recently that are coming. A couple names to check out: Atlas Wept, Sigh of the Abyss, and Whispers of the West is one that's coming up very soon. It will be launching July 13th. We've just learned. It's a sort of murder mystery game for 1 to 4 people co-op. Really, really fun and unique, especially if you want to get together with friends, but you can play it by yourself as well. So July 13th, that will drop. Otherwise, if you want to learn more about Wings, wingsfund.me is our website. You'll find us at wingsfundme almost on all socials. And if you do have some questions about pitching, what we look for in terms of beyond gender diversity in a team, and how we fund and provide mentorship for women teams, please feel free to reach out. We're always open to talk, and we'd love to hear from you.
Aw, Karina.
Yay.
I love it. Thank you so much. And before we leave, I just want to say, like, all of us are busy. All of us are taking our time to come here and like really focus on not just women in gaming, but marginalized voices. It's so important to be heard and to be seen. And that is why we created Dames for Games. And having Miko on, who's like making her own game, and like, it's incredible. I know you guys saw the trailer. It's super incredible. Please go check it out. Go wishlist it. The Spirit Lift is so good. And also make sure you check out all the games that Wings helping to develop. Go wishlist those games because it's really, really important. It helps their algorithm. Karina, thank you so much for taking the time to come on. I love that hoodie.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know, but I'm a
My
hoodie
pleasure.
connoisseur. Yeah, no, I do. It was between a Hello Kitty hoodie or this, and I was like, I guess I should try to like.
We
not
should have
wear a
all done
hoodie
it
in everything I
next
am.
time.
Next
I was
time,
gonna say, next
we're
Dames
gonna
for
have
Games.
Dames for
Hoodie
Games
edition.
hoodies. Yeah, we are going. I'm already working on it. But
Love
thank you,
it.
Karina, for
Love
coming
it.
on. Beautiful guest. Guys, make sure you go follow everything that Wings is doing. They are creating the change that we want to see in the industry. But before we go, Miko, that was great. I mean, like, listen, I think I just have to say this again. I think all the questions you had were absolutely amazing. This is why we are going to have a
Next
longer
time,
form
we'll do
show.
a whole session on
we're gonna
game
do a
dev
whole
stuff.
session on game devs, and Karina and everybody from Wings. It's going to be a huge party. But thank you for coming on and spending some time with us. Thank you for allowing us to
Of course,
show.
I'm so happy I got to.
Yeah. And thank you for letting us show some new footage of the Spirit Lift, which is an incredible game. If you guys like spooky and cute, you have to check it out. Like, the music is incredible, the art style is incredible, and like,
thank you so much.
It really is. It's so good. But Miko, if people wanted to find you and they want to find more about Spirit Lift, like, drop your socials, drop everything. I know you also stream. Tell the people where to find you.
Yeah, so you can find out more about our games on prettysmartgames.com, and you can find more about the Spirit Lift, which, she's done a great job pitching it already. It is a deck building roguelike in a haunted hotel, and it is spooky and cute. You can go to thespiritlift.com, and you can also watch me make the game live every week on Twitch at twitch.tv/Dr. Mikachu.
Awesome. Yo, how many people get to say that they're watching somebody produce a game? Like, that's incredible.
It's really fun. A lot of people like to work alongside me, or on anything. They could be writing or doing their homework. A lot of people nap, which is kind of funny, and I'm just like, hey, I'm providing a service. I'll work on my game, and I'll provide you a cozy place to hang out with nice people, and close your eyes for a minute.
I know. I love
Whatever
it.
works.
I love it. I love naps, so maybe I'll tune in and take a nap.
Sure. We'd love to have you.
But Miko, you're incredible. Thank you for coming on. We will definitely be hearing more from Miko in the future. Guys, we have another interview coming up. And listen, it's going to be some gameplay.
and it might be me playing the game.
Ooh.
So I don't want to hear any smack because I haven't played it yet. And that's because I wanted to give an authentic first impression. Okay, so stay tuned. Me and Red will be back.
Au parc La Fontaine, les filles s'en vont et s'y promènent au bras des garçons. Tu les entraînes au cœur des buissons où elles étrennent l'amour en saison. Tu les enchaînes dans un tourbillon.
Oh my god, that trailer was so incredible. Look, I am ready to dive in and figure out this mystery. But everything just looks really well. Like, not really well, but really, really good. Like, the rendering, it's almost hard to believe that this isn't a AAA game that we just saw. What do you think, Red?
No, that's a fact. Like, I want to know the team size. I want to know what's behind the concept of the game and everything. But it looks amazing. Like, I totally agree. It's AAA signed and sealed.
And delivered. So we are going to be talking to Chloe Lucier. She is one of the co-founders and CEO of Low Birth Games. Chloe, are you there? We're excited to talk to you.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for your kind words, first of all. That was so sweet.
No. I mean, it really looks good, and I know you've put in like a lot of hard work. But before we start in and like jump into the game, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got the company started? Like, we want to know all the details.
Absolutely. So I studied video game development in university, graduated in 2019. And once I was out of my bachelor's, I was kind of struggling to find my place in the industry. Wondering, if I was comfortable working on games that I wouldn't necessarily play myself for my whole career.
Mm-hmm.
And then my co-founders are my sister Raphael and my cousin Olivier. The three of us were kind of a place where we were wondering what we were going to do with our career, and we have always been working on creative projects together since we were kids. We started working on our first video game at like age 11 on RPG Maker.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it was really delightful that we were all at the same place at the same time, willing to kind of tackle that whole entrepreneurial journey. And we got super lucky along the way, met some incredible people who really believed in our project. We were able to, raise funds and hire our first team members. So now we're a team of about 15 people working on this project for about 4 years now. So it's been a long process, but we're really, really proud of our product, even though, it's not necessarily perfect and it's still an indie project. So it's I think fair to say that although it does have maybe like a AAA look in the sense that it's a realistic rendering style, I think it's important to mention that it's still an indie project made with so much love, but it's not perfect. You can feel the love behind it in all its facets, negative and positive, and I really, really, really hope that people dig it and love it and see all of our efforts. It's been a real absolute pleasure to work with the team that we've assembled, and I think it shows in the product, how much love there was behind the project.
Listen, I just want to say to you, like, you don't have to come on and be like, it's an indie project, there might be some bugs. Literally every AAA game that has come out has had bugs, so do not feel bad. And the fact that like you went from the beginning to the end, like there are so many people who want to be game developers. There are so many women who want to be game developers, and then they feel like overwhelmed by the community and the industry, right? Because it is male dominated. So for the fact that you like started it and you've gotten this far, like kudos to you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of everybody on your team. But everyone, we're gonna jump into the game so you can get a look at what's coming. Because I mean, like it's incredible. Red's gonna take over. Right now, let's see, we're with Sophie's colleagues. So Red, let's go. Let's get this started. Chloe, if there's anything that you want to tell us about the game as we're going through, please jump in and let us know.
Yeah, so first of all, this is the demo. It's going to be available on Steam by the time that this comes out, so you can go ahead and play that segment of the game yourself if you're interested. Just a quick note about, you mentioned the bugs, and I'm so thankful that you take a moment to acknowledge that. This is actually a work in progress build, so there might still be a few kinks that hopefully will be taken care of by the time this comes out. So in the build that will be available on Steam, there should not be those bugs, I hope. But yeah, just wanted to mention that really quickly. But yeah, so this is the demo. You play as a maid called Sophie. The year is 1958, and you're a maid in a hotel. So yeah, you can dive right in, Red, if you're ready to get this started.
So my question is, what made you pick this era, this style of game? Like, what influenced you to make it?
So we were initially, it's kind of funny, we wanted to make a very small scope game. So we were trying to find a time and a place where we could really limit the levels and the characters that we had to work on. Flash forward 4 years later, we're still working on the project, and the scope has like exploded. But yeah, so we were always, I think something really special about the 50s is that people had hidden lives, and as a studio, because of our personal histories as people before, even before we're even developers, we're a team that's primarily people in our team are mostly queer people, women, and people of different marginalized identities. So that was something that was super important to us, and having a chance to tell a story from the perspective of the 50s, being able to explore the struggles that people had to live with, to hide their true selves in order to be accepted in society, that kind of stuff. It was really, really, really rich in themes, and we thought it was really cool. And also, we like something that's pretty, and the aesthetics are there for sure in the 50s. So yeah, that's the little run of why we chose the 50s, but. We're definitely we love a retro vibe, first and foremost. I think.
Yes, it looks really good. Listen, I just got goosebumps when she walked into this room. Oof.
Yeah, the whole noir. I love during that time, a lot of noir movies were out. I would watch them with my grandma. So I love the aesthetic of everything. And yeah, we're in a creepy scene because she's photographed.
like who's watching Sophie? Like, we need to figure this out. Oh my goodness.
You are asking the right questions. Yeah, so Sophie's being stalked by one of the clients who decided to set up a little dark room in his hotel room, as you do.
Real creative.
Could you imagine working someplace and then walking into a room and seeing a bunch of photos of yourself? Like, I'm already pulled into this game, and it's only been the first 3 minutes. I want to know who is messing with Sophie's life right now. The fact that she is not as scared as I am, kudos to her. She's a brave lady, because I would have been I'm putting in my 2-week notice now.
Yeah, so Sophie's definitely got a personality. She's really strong-willed. She's shy, but she's curious. But by the player input, you can totally influence the way that it unfolds, the way her personality develops, because obviously she's going to go through some really traumatic and intense things in the process of the game. So she's going to evolve as a person also. So then, through the player choices and there's multiple ways to affect the ending of the game. There's a bunch of different endings, so you can really have an impact on the way the story unfolds. So yeah, you can definitely decide to have Thank you. So yeah, Sophie can be a lot of different ways depending on what you do. One of the things that is taken into consideration by the game is how good you are at your cleaning duties. So all of the cleaning tasks are completely optional, but if you do not do anything or you do not do them well, it can have some consequences. So that I'm just gonna say
man.
that.
That's good to know because I wouldn't have cleaned anything. Like as soon as I found out somebody was stalking me, I'd be like, I'm not even
There's
worried.
an interactive cleaning with
Oh,
it too. Okay.
nice. Make sure you get the tub needs to be spotless red.
Oh,
Spotless.
what is this? I wanted to know what this is.
It looks like blood.
I hope not. Like
You just cleaned up.
real quick.
Listen, the cops are going to be really upset with you because you just erased a lot of evidence.
I think it was the developer.
That is actually such a good point. I'm so glad that you noted that because that's actually one of the ways that you can solve the mystery. It's not to spoil too much, but since you're a woman in the 50s, you're not a detective, you're not a cop, so you cannot just arrest someone. You cannot, even if you think someone is, the culprit of the crime that you'll see unfold before your eyes, even if you just tell the detectives. Just the fact that you're a woman in the 50s, you have you're employed as a maid, but also, depending on how you acted throughout the game, it's possible that the police might not believe you. So cleaning is actually one of the ways that you can solve the mystery. So you can kind of decide to clean certain things and some others not, and it will affect the ending. So the cleaning mechanics are actually, we've noticed that in playtests and stuff, people really like cleaning. It's kind of something that we didn't think would be such an important feature of the game. It has some, it's really relaxing for some people. But yeah, it's not there just for, the ASMR side of things. It's also a way to solve the mystery. So
I love that.
Like
everything you do. Yeah, everything you do in this game has an effect on how you're, and the multiple endings is always something I love because listen, if I go through and I get a bad ending, I'm going to have anxiety. I need to replay the game. And that's really important. A lot of people don't realize that when you make a game, you really should think about the replayable value of that game because that just makes more people want to play it. That gives you higher reviews. People are talking about this ending and that ending. So that's really cool. One of the last questions I wanted to ask, and then I'm going to throw it to Red in case she has any questions, but did you always want to have a female protagonist for your video game? I can tell that it's very important. You thought about her being in the 50s and kind of how she would be perceived at that time. Was that always something that was on the forefront of when you created this game?
Yeah, for this game specifically, absolutely. This project we started with, only the core team, the co-founders, so it has a lot of us in that storytelling because we were the initial team, and once we started to build a team, it was more difficult to change certain things. Now that we've built an incredible, amazing team, we're really, really looking forward also to, have all kinds of protagonists, not only women, also people of marginalized gender, men. It doesn't matter. We're not necessarily, we don't necessarily want to only tell women's stories. It's more a question of putting people in the spotlight that maybe are not often seen on screen in video games. Not only the fact that they're women, but also the fact that they don't necessarily have a super important role in society. They're not like a knight in shining armor or a marine or some kind of stuff. They're just regular people going about their lives and being confronted with dark stuff. So yeah, that's one of the things that I think as a team we really, really want to do. For this specific story, it really made sense that it was from the perspective of Sophie, who's a woman, but then it might not be the case forever for all of our games. But yeah, definitely putting a spotlight on people who don't necessarily have that kind of attention all the time is definitely important for sure.
I love that. And you know what? We're closing in on the end, but before we go, Chloe, if people want to find out more about you, find out about your team, and find out about this incredible game, where can they find you? Drop your socials. We want to know.
For sure. So all of our ads on every social media is Low Birth Games. You can also visit our website. You have all of our links on there. My personal socials are also all under Chloe Lucy that you see on the bottom here. We would be so happy if you wanted to join our Discord. Obviously, that's the best way to give us feedback, have a conversation. That's more two-sided. That makes us so happy when we get a chance to really exchange, with you and not just have like tweets and stuff posted out there. So yeah, if you are interested in getting to know the rest of the team as well and chatting about the project, we would be delighted to have you in our Discord server. So the link for our Discord server is on our bio in our Twitter account, and I think in most of our bios on all social media. It's pretty easy to find. So we would be so happy to see you there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Chloe. Thank you for coming on, taking the time to talk to us about your team, about your game. Red, you did incredible. Like, we've already started a mystery. We got to figure out what's going on.
I'm immersed, like, into finding out what's going on and who's this person, like, stalking her.
What? Listen, like, within the first 2 minutes, I was like, there's some drama going on. And Chloe's a trooper because, listen, I already told you I would have put in that 2-week notice. Like, I would be nervous. But
dope.
Thanks, everybody. It was great. The show has been absolutely incredible. We've shown some games. We've shown some star players in the community telling us why they love games and why it's important to them. And I just want to give a shout out to every single person who's watching today, because you matter. You matter in the gaming space. And this is kind of why we've created this. And you know what, Red? Before we like jump into like the ending of everything, is there anything you want to say about today's showcase? Like, you know, like just put it out there, girl. Just put it out there.
We did it, like, because it's always dope to put like your footprint and to have a footprint and showcasing ladies from all ages, because a lot of times little girls, I've been playing games since I was little, and I know some fellow girls that stopped playing video games because they didn't really see themselves a lot, or they, you know, people was telling them, or factors around them was like, oh, that's just for boys or anything like that. So to have a showcase like this and to show that you can do it too, you could be a part of the gaming community, you could be a part of the gaming industry, and to see it actually done, I just think is so pivotal right now. So it's just right here. It's right here in the heart.
Well said.
You know?
Well said.
So,
we did it.
Yes.
We did it, Red.
So,
oh God.
I'm happy and can't wait till we do it again and much grander and bigger. And we can't wait for you all to join in and know more about it. Definitely hit us up to be a part of it next year. This has been like an incredible experience, I must say. Thank you everyone for tuning in and watching, and those likes, sharing to everyone. We really enjoyed everyone participating and being a part of this show. Destiny, thank you so much for having me be a part of this prolific project and dream come alive. But let's also thank those who help support us and make this actually come true. So a huge shout out to our sponsors, Freedom Games. Thank you so much for your contributions. Let's go. The Mix, of course. Being a part of the Mix umbrella has been so fascinating. I love being a part of this team and the family.
Speaking of family, I'll keep it short and sweet, and I won't throw out any more dad jokes since nobody thought my last joke was funny. Did you guys see what I did there, family? Dad? No? All right. Anyways, Kickstarter, thank you so much for your support. You have been great. Love you guys. And if you aren't checking out games that are on Kickstarter and aren't trying to fund games with any of that extra cash you got lying around, what are you doing?
Experience Studios, who is also part of Black Voices in Gaming, and of course now with Names for Games, so I'm so happy about that. And we also got to give a big shout out to our partners, Wings, who we've also had on this show, an amazing organization working to help developers reach their dreams. And you know, Geek Game Type. I so happen to be the founder and creator of Geek Game Type, but to give y'all some blurb on that, it's a really dope media outlet serving Black, Hispanic, and Native geeks from all around the world. And also Otaku Noir. They're the creators of the first Blurred Box. And if you stay tuned, we have a special announcement that we would like to share with you later on. And the Party Chat podcast. Shouts out to Christine over there such a dope scene over at Party Chat Podcast. If you haven't checked them out, make sure y'all do. And Destiny, also shed some light on some of our broadcasting partners.
Oh, the broadcasting partners. The reason why you're seeing this showcase. Let's give it up for Twitch Gaming, IGN, Steam, and GameSpot. Like, so incredible. Thank you so much for being here. And listen, if you want to keep up with us, because we're going to be doing big things. This is not the last show. It's the first show, the very beginning of so many things to come. We're Dames for Games. It is not we are not a one-hit wonder. You can follow us at Dames for Games across many social media platforms. That's our TikTok, that's our Twitter, that's our Instagram, that's our Facebook. Make sure to check us out because we will be consistently posting and keeping you guys updated. Yo, this has been so dope. I'm incredibly proud of everyone who came onto the show and everyone who is out there doing their thing. Making moves and creating the change that you want to see is so incredibly important, and it takes a lot of courage to step out and say, hey, I want to make this happen, and actually make it happen. We're building a foundation for aspiring game developers, content creators, and other roles in the industry women want to take on. I loved every minute of this, from the conception to the realization that it was going to happen. So again, I want to say thank you to the Dames for Games team. You guys, you've just been so incredible in helping me put this together. It has been an undertaking. Like, I didn't know what it was like to produce and be a creative director of a show until I went through this. And listen, I take my hats off to you who do it every day. I'm about to join the ranks. I'm gonna bring Red with me. We're gonna do this together. Also, another thanks to Freedom Games. Without you funding the very beginning of this venture, we wouldn't have been able to get as far as we have. So Freedom Games, guys, go check out Freedom Games. They have some incredible stuff on their developer page. Go to Steam and go check out their games. Please. They have over
for sure.
Yeah, they have over 60 games. Go check it out. The Mixed team, you guys are beautiful. You're always there for me, and you really believed in me and that I could do this. And here I am doing this with Red and all you kind folks. And you continue to drive the passion and you continue to inspire me. But guys, I was gonna end it, but really quick before I end it. Go check out the Steam page. Go type in Guerrilla Collective 2023 to see all the games that we showcased, all the games that Black Voices in Gaming is going to showcase, and all the games that Guerrilla Collective is going to showcase. Go wishlist some games. Go purchase some games. It's the summertime. There's nothing else to do, really. I mean, I'm sure there's other things to do, but I'm giving you the perfect excuse not to do anything. And that's a wrap. We did it. We did it, Red. We did it. I know I keep making that joke, but guys, I could cry.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot, but I just love how everyone was excited and involved. For many of those who are watching, it was yo, I would love to be a part of it. Please stay in tune with us, even though we're saying, follow us, engage with us, let us know what you're doing too in the community and also in the gaming industry. Anything that's involved that you're doing, any type of communities that you're a part of, we want to hear from you. A lot of people, like I said, the industry or the community or other people of the world just really think we don't exist and we're not out here doing a thing on something that we love, which is video games that bring us all together, period. So please reach out to us. Let us know everything that you're a part of, what you're doing. At us, ask us questions and so forth. And yes, Destiny, we did it. We did it. Hooray.
Okay, but before we go, Red, where can the people find you? Drop those socials one more time. Where can we find you?
Oh, sure. It is Red Infamy across the board. That's on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, you name it, Red Infamy, even if you want to play some games. Also check out Geek Game Tight, that's TYTE.com, to see what's in store as far as Black gamers, Hispanic gamers, and Native Indigenous gamers from all around the world. Definitely check us all out and see what we're up to. So we love movements like this because it gives people who does not have a voice, or seem like they don't have a voice, a light. So yes, that's where you can check me at.
Sweet. As you guys know, my name is Destiny, and you can catch me all over the place at DMBC32. Just hit me up. Especially if you're trying to be a part of something bigger and better that's going to make the gaming community as a whole really strive and become a place where we all feel safe and we can all really just enjoy playing games. I'm really, really happy. Yeah, I'm really happy. I can't stop smiling. I guess we'll catch you guys in the next showcase. I hope you're ready because it's going to be bigger and better and just so much more.
What is poppin', everybody? My name is Justin Woodward, and I'm one of the co-founders of the Mix and Black Voice in Gaming, as well as an advisor on the Black Game Developer Fund. Welcome to Black Voice in Gaming. We are going to talk to some creative and talented Black game developers today. It has been a minute, but I am back and helping to host the Black Voice in Gaming stream with my amazing co-hosts. What's happening, guys?
What is up? Thank you, Justin. It's always exciting to be here. My name is Derek Fields. I am a game designer, professor, and advisor for Black Voices in Gaming. It's one of my favorite things to be able to join the two of you on this show. Oh, this time the two of you. Usually it's me and you, right? So now we got Justin with us, which is exciting. No, again, I'm excited to be here with both of y'all. Always excited to get to chat with the developers and see the other people who are contributing to the industry. What about you, Des?
Oh my God. Okay, guys, I just want you to know this is our second time doing it, and the first time Derek did not introduce me. So I'm very proud of you. Very proud of you. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you.
When he said Jeff is there, you said...
Hey everyone, it's good to be back. It's good to be back and joined by some of my favorite people in the gaming space. My name is Destiny and I'm the creator of Dames for Games. I'm also the marketing manager at Freedom Games and one of the hosts at Level 1 Gaming on the 2XP podcast. I'm super excited to be here. If you can't tell, we have an amazing showcase for you. We're bringing in some new developers, some new content creators, and we might have some announcements that you guys would be really excited to hear about. So before we get into any of that, Derek is going to jump in and tell us a little bit more about BVIG, why it started, and what it means.
That's right. So BVIG was created in June of 2020 during the protests and demonstrations that united us worldwide. Black Voices in Gaming has gone from a showcase to a nonprofit organization that helps accelerate the growth of professional game developers. Now, you might be wondering, how do we do all of that? Well, our mission is to facilitate a space where game studio entrepreneurs can have access to funding, meet publishers, and connect with mentors to help them succeed. Now, Justin, what about them sponsors?
We could not start the show without giving a shout out to our awesome partners and sponsors for this showcase. First, we'd like to thank our sponsors for their support: PlayStation, ID at Xbox, Raw Fury. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even have got started. Razer, Wilson Sonsini for being pro bono partner for the Black Voice in Gaming cohort. And we have a very special announcement today. You heard it here first. We are honored to be partnering with Netflix on our first accelerator program called the Experience Excellence Accelerator, where we will be helping to fund 4 Black game development mobile studios. The accelerator will include workshops and curriculum from professional mentors and networking opportunities, with the goal of helping to boost professional developers' progress on their games and to get them ready for further investment and publishing opportunities. If you're interested in being a part of the Experience Excellence BVIG Netflix Mobile Game Accelerator, please submit your application and go to the website for more details. Gonna be dope.
Absolutely. Congratulations on that. And thanks so much to Netflix. And guys, when you look that up, make sure it's like XP as an experience, not EXP.
That's
just in case.
Right.
Yeah, there's a big
That's
XP.
the whole name.
All right. The whole thing. But let's not forget about our broadcast partners: Twitch Gaming, IGN, GameSpot, and Steam. They're the reason why you're watching this today, and we just want to say we really, really appreciate it, because there are a lot of showcases out there and you guys chose us, so thanks. And speaking of Steam, don't forget to check out the Mixes event page, where you can learn more about Black Voices in Gaming titles, buy the available games, and add them to your wish list. Remember, wish list helps so much. It lets Steam know that these games are upcoming, they're really popular, and then, other people get to see the great games that our developers are creating. Now, let's talk about some donations, some merch, and socials. If you want to donate to Black Voices in Gaming's Tiltify, here's your chance. Grab your phones, snap the QR code on the screen. No amount is too small, and we truly appreciate it. Check out our merch, the BVIG shirts. We're always looking to expand. Justin's out here repping right now. Gorgeous model. Thank you. Thank you. Also, remember to follow BVIG on Twitter at BVI Gaming, Black Voices in Gaming on YouTube and on Instagram. And now that we've shouted out our appreciation, it's time to get this show rolling. Our first guest is Sir billion. That's billion like in you make $1 billion. Like, remember that. There's money in his name. It's gold in that. With Breeze in the Clouds. Oh my god, that was cute.
Yeah, the become a storm in canine form really had me too.
The little barks in the background, like I could hear him barking as he was like doing his moves. But listen, the music threw me back to like Cowboy Bebop style. Like I was jamming as I was listening. You know what I mean? Like that jazzy kind of like upbeat. Like, no, that was sick. That was very sick.
Oh yeah,
but,
that's that throw hands jazz. You know, that's what they call it.
Thank you, throw hands jazz. No, that was perfect. But we're gonna jump right into the interview with the amazing developer behind this game, Sir Billion. What is up? Are you with us? Come on through.
I am here. What's up?
Hey, like the shirt.
Oh, yeah, well marked.
No, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking some time out. I know it's like very, very busy right now, Summer Games Fest, and you're developing a game. But could you tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of like what got you started and the inspiration behind, you know, Puppies Kicking Butt?
Puppies Kicking Butt, I love that. Yeah, so Breeze is probably my first project of this scale. It kind of started off as a really like a opportunity to learn how to get into game development, kind of fresh out of college. I've done a lot of like game jams and smaller games before just to kind of test the waters of what it's like. And then one day I was actually daydreaming on a bus ride home, and this random idea came up where it was just like, hey, what if like this small dog is stuck trying to fix the weather on this broken cloud or something like that, right? And then eventually it kind of expanded into, you know, what it is now, this large 2D hand-drawn game where you're Corky, you know, beating stuff up in the clouds.
I love corgis. Okay, is there a reason why you picked a corgi in particular? Or is it just because they're cute and they have big booties? Like
they have big ears too. But yeah, no, I thought it would be cute to find like a cool but small dog to kind of feature as the protagonist. And we actually had a bit of trouble starting off because we weren't sure if he was going to be on 2s or 4s. And I was a little bit of a mediocre artist back then, and so he was coming out looking like a fox for a very long time. So eventually, once I got a few artists on board, we got Breeze to look more like a corgi. So
he's super cute. Like I love him.
I'm a big fan.
And we've just jumped into the game. So like Derek's got the 1s and 2s on this. I'm super excited because you guys know what it's like when I play a video game. But can you tell us a little bit about like the design? Like, so you talked about the corgi and like why you wanted to get a cute little dog, which he definitely looks like a main character. Like you guys did incredible on that. But like when it comes to like yeah. When it comes to the style of game, did you always know it was going to be a bit of like a fighter, side scroller, kind of like platforming type? Is that what you wanted to go for?
So originally when we started it out, it was actually a 3D platformer at first. Kind of just had like the generic 3D platformer stuff where it was just jumping on stuff, collecting coins. And then we added in the brawling just to kind of give Breeze some type of combat aspect, but it wasn't really mature back then. Then eventually I started really thinking about what a lot of my references are based off of, and it was stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog and Crash Bandicoot, a little bit of Mega Man, and a lot of like Saturday morning cartoons. And so I think it was around 2015, I sat down and said, hey, why don't we just make Breeze like a 2D cartoon kind of game? And so from there we started really trying to develop Breeze and a lot of the other characters to feel more like Saturday morning cartoon characters. With, you know, some inspirations from like Sonic and Crash Bandicoot and stuff like that. Just having all the characters look really appealing and exist in this cartoon-like world.
Yeah, no, it totally works. I'm getting like Chip and Dale, I'm getting DuckTales, I'm getting this is like a show that you would watch on Disney with a big bowl of cereal.
It was called
and the
One Second.
cereal has him on the
it.
box. Yeah, like you could see this turning into a series. You should think about that. Definitely, because I think it would work. It's so cute. So I'm gonna throw it to Derek because he's in here and he's like throwing some combos and like giving them what for. Derek, how does the gameplay feel?
You know, my favorite part about playing this right now is that the combat feels snappy and responsive to every bit of input that I'm, throwing at the main character right now. And so I think my first question was, what was it like with you and your team just balancing out the feel of this game?
Definitely was a chore. So since Breeze kind of mixes in several different genres, we've got like the platforming aspects. We've got some inputs that are very similar to games like Smash Brothers. But then we also drew a lot of inspiration from fighting games like, I always like to say Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and a lot of the faster anime fighters. So finding a way to, make all of that work, being able to feel like you could do cool, flashy, fast stuff. It took a while to really kind of like nail that out. Even with like getting a lot of the enemy characters as well as the boss characters developed, there was a lot of back and forth between, hey, this guy's strong and this guy's weak. So we did a lot of like, internal play testing to get the AI to feel like it's, challenging to a certain degree, but not too challenging to where like, we're not calling it puppy souls. That's what we were joking about within our team. Like we had it at a point where like everyone but me was struggling. So puppy souls it was called.
This is good.
I see.
I can tell that like he's on a train that's not in the U.S. because like dude is just minding his own business. Like he's sleeping with all of us. You know what I mean? If it was in the U.S., people would have already had out their cameras. World star.
Yeah,
so
definitely not Marta.
The character's so iconic though. Like I really feel like I don't know how to explain this, but he seems like a franchise starter. Do you know what I mean? Like you have Mario, who's a franchise, like Sonic, and so like, was there a lot of thought put into that, or was it just kind of like, I just want a really cute character who's going to kick butt, or were you thinking about future plans with him?
It was kind of a future thought of like, let's make Breeze look, very iconic the way that, when Mario and Sonic came out, their designs really shined. So, pretty deliberate on that front. We just wanted to make him seem like a really strong character that could stand out.
I mean, he does. He really does. Now, if people wanted to wishlist the game, please tell me that you have a Steam page up.
We do. We actually launched a Steam page, I think about 2 weeks ago.
Excellent.
And guys, make sure you wishlist this game because it's incredible, and wishlist help the developers so much. It like helps with their algorithm. It shows Steam that this game is up and coming and popular. And honestly, I think it's going to be absolutely incredible. Like, I want to play it, but Derek gets to play it this time.
It feels as good as it looks. That's what I'm telling y'all. Yep, I'd be jealous too if I didn't have the controller in hand.
See, I am jealous. Not that any of the other games I haven't played were great, but like I can tell, like I'm a button smasher, and I could tell I could probably do some damage just smashing some buttons going through this game. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Because I'm so terrible at remembering combos, and on that, do you have to remember any kind of like complicated combos to like really get far in the game, or can a button smasher like me like still enjoy it?
Yeah, so we have one button that's literally just attack, and then we've got another button that is like a special attack. So it's interesting. I got into a lot of fighting games while developing Breeze, because I always enjoy like watching tournaments and stuff, and I was always really bad at inputting quarter circles and stuff like that. Definitely had to learn to kind of understand it, but I wanted to simplify that for Breeze, in that like there are a couple of like advanced things that you could do, but it doesn't require like a crazy amount of combo input sequences that you have to remember. So
I appreciate that so much. Like I really do. Is there a demo up for the game right now?
There's not a demo up for the game right now. I have been going to a few cons as of late with this build in particular to give folks an opportunity to kind of get a good gauge of like how the gameplay feels.
Nice, nice. Do you kind of have a date when you might have a demo? Because I definitely want people to try this game out. Like, it just looks too good to be true. I mean, if you can't tell us that information, it's okay. You know, you can tell me after the show.
Yeah,
but
no
if
plans
you could,
right now, unfortunately.
Okay. Guys, at some point there will be like a demo, I'm sure.
Yeah, just let
This is so good.
Eric let you play.
We have to throw attention to the comic book panels. You know, it looks so great. The art style is just consistent through from gameplay to cutscenes. I'm already hooked. I'm gonna try and beat this whole game. You better have enough levels here today because I'm just gonna keep going until there's
I want to
nothing
play
left.
after Derek plays. Now, before we jump to the end to get your socials so everybody can follow you, I know that you've worked with Humble Bundle and you've had some work with the Black Game Developer Fund. Can you tell us a little bit how that got started, how you got in contact with people? I want to know. I want to know all the details.
Okay. Yeah, so funny enough, Justin hit me up on Twitter many summers ago to kind of, inform me about the Black Game Developer Fund. Then from there, we moved on to actually building out a prototype using those funds that we showed off to Humble. And they loved it so much, they ended up signing with us.
Nice. So Humble's your publisher now.
Yep.
That's what's up. Justin out here
That's big
connecting
news.
people. and that's, I mean, like, that's what you do. Like, that's what Black Voices in Gaming is all about, is setting people up to succeed. And so you're another success story. So it's great having you on and talking about how all of that came together. Now, if people want to find out more about you, keep up to date with the game and what you're doing, can you drop your socials for us?
For sure. Yeah, we've got our main website, breezethegame.com. We also have a Twitter account. That one's @breezegame. That's where I do a lot of my announcements, and I probably meme too much on Twitter, but if you enjoy that kind of stuff, you'll get it from
You
there.
can't meme too much. There's no
That's what it's for.
I might go overboard on April Fool sometimes.
He was like, we have the games coming out. It's April 1st. Everybody get excited.
Don't trust
Did you
any
do that?
information
For real?
on Monday.
That was
No,
terrible.
I've made like 3 or 4 different versions of the game, if you will. One of them might have been a little bit too believable.
Like the Sonic got murdered game. That was crazy.
Oh,
I got it. That was
Which
crazy.
is a
because I dropped on
functioning
April
game.
1st.
Like
It is
yeah, that was
completely
wild.
functioning. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You
thanks
still
again
get
for coming on. We really, I didn't mean to cut y'all off. I was just like, shh, shh. But thank you again for coming on. We really appreciate it. And that's it, guys. Like, I hope you check out the game. Make sure you go to Steam. Make sure you wishlist it. It really, really helps with the algorithm. It lets Steam know that this game is popping, it's up and coming. And that way, it shows up on more people's wish lists and all kinds of things like that. So go do that. And again, huge thank you to Sarbillion for taking some time out to come onto the show. Your game is great, it's iconic, and I cannot wait to steal Derek's controller so I can play it myself.
You gotta pry it from these hands. All right, you just saw Heart Machine's Hyperlight Breaker. I am every bit of excited that this game is coming out, but this doesn't match my excitement to talk to our guest that we have today. That's Danielle Wallace from from Heart Machine. So, Danielle, how you doing?
I'm good, doing great. How are you guys?
Good.
Very
I am
good.
super hyped. I was trying to hold my composure after it was like everything is just so hyped with the build up and then the after credits. I don't know if you call it the after credits scene. It's looking super sick.
Thank you. I was like jamming out again when it played. I was like, yeah, it's so gorgeous.
I forgot how
Right.
hype I am for the game for sure.
How can you not? It's hard not to just vibe with the whole trailer. I mean, the music, everything is coming through.
It's so gorgeous. It's been such a fantastic project to work on, especially the style. Like, I feel like I was such a good fit to be a part of it, and I feel honored to work on it.
Yeah, and that's what brings us to our conversation today. Danielle, I understand that you are a 3D environment artist at Heart Machine Games. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like working at this studio and working on such a cool project?
Yeah, so I'm a 3D environment artist there. I do, just for like a mini intro, I do a little bit of everything. So not just organic, but also hard surface and a bunch of other stuff like across the whole thing. So I can just like point through when the trailer's playing, I did that and I did that kind of deal. But it's been absolutely fantastic being at Heart Machine. The team is literally everyone gets along so well, and every day I go into work because we're hybrid right now, so we go in 3 days a week. It's like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Everyone's like so nice, welcoming. Like even when I first got there, I'd like, hey, you want to do this on the weekend? Hey, we're going here. Hey, we're doing this, and it was so refreshing because you hear about so many horror stories in the industry, and I feel like I genuinely got lucky for this being like my first big intro into the industry, being at this company, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Where's the location? Where's the Heart Machine located? Where are you located?
It is in Culver City, and that's where I live as well. So I have maybe like a 10-minute commute, if that, some days, which is fantastic as well.
That's super dope. Just real quick, how did you get started at the studio? Like, kind of where did you get started, and how did you get to Heart Machine Games? I've been familiar, and I know Alex, and we had Hyperlight Drifter at a few events, so it's awesome to see that you're a part of the team.
Yeah. So I was at I actually kind of like got lucky again. Right out of college, I was working at this small studio called Sky Farm, which did a little bit of children's animation as well as games. So that was like contract work. And then after that, I was at Numinous Games, which made That Dragon Cancer, the VR game. And
what? You worked
on
that? Oh, that's
I didn't work
dope.
on that one, but I worked on with their upcoming project.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cool.
So it felt almost ironic and like to then go from that to Heart Machine because it's another impactful game, right? Like we know how absolutely impactful That Dragon Cancer was, and to be able to go to another company that's like, hey, a focus on emotion, telling a good story, and just kind of like making a difference in regard to just like storytelling or what they're trying to convey, and themes, etc., which feels really great. If I'm being honest. And I've been at Heart Machine now for what's it been? 2 years? 2 years and some change.
Oh,
so.
Really? Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
It doesn't feel like it.
It's because you're too busy making all these dope assets. Yeah. Speaking of, you mentioned earlier. Well, first before I ask this next question, twice now you said that you got lucky, and I don't think it's not luck. You are a talented 3D artist, and you deserve to be in the position that you're in. So, say you manifested it, everything happened exactly as it should. Luck had nothing to do with it. You mentioned earlier being excited about some of the assets that are included in the game, and being like, oh, I saw that, and or I got to do that, and I've bared personal witness to some of these Twitter moments of you identifying some of the contributions in those trailers. Is there anything in this trailer that we just saw that you were responsible for that we can call out?
Oh, actually, yeah. Wildly, one of the biggest things in the game is the background city. So when you start the game, you literally have the entirety of the like city skyline of like everything behind you, and that was like 85% me, if not a little bit more. And for a little bit of the background on that, it wasn't like they were like, "Hey, this is your cast," which would have been wild anyway. I ended up doing just a couple of apartments, yeah, a couple apartments, and then I did another apartment, then another apartment, then all of the water towers, and then they were like, "Oh, also the bridge." And then after a point, it was like, okay, even my lead was like, "This is just your piece now. Like this is yours." Even down to some of the lighting in that area when it turns to nighttime and then like shifts to nighttime city lights and stuff. So that's one thing. Another. Oh, sorry, you can go ahead.
Oh no! Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm getting excited. I'm like thinking of things that I want to talk about.
So rambling. Cool. Thank you. I'll say two more big ones. Was one of them when you run across, there's like a mural which is really unique. I wish we had more things like that in the game. Probably. Maybe down the line. But there's a mural you walk past. It's like almost like a Pixar skeleton that's on the side of one of the buildings that you see real quick when you go past. And I actually did I placed each individual tile on that thing because I wanted it to read like it was like pixel art, which seems kind of like a homage, right, to Drifter. So yeah, that felt like I felt honored to do that one as well, if I'm being honest. And another big one is the Titan swords. No matter like where you are in the game, you can always see one because they are like bigger than skyscrapers, if I'm being honest. Because they are, no matter where you are, you could see like the huge, like the lore of Titan swords being like left there and from the Titans there. So that was also an honor to work on because that's also one of the bigger pieces in Drifter as well.
Yeah, that's cool. Incredible. It feels like, I mean, this is definitely the case, you know, because as I develop games, I know, Derek, you develop games, the environment is a character for sure, the biggest character. So you having a hand in that is pretty awesome. It's also cool to see like the different camera angle changes and that type of thing. Can you kind of break down a synopsis of how the environment activates the player activates the environment and how it plays a role in the gameplay?
Yeah, so I'll say, that's a hard one. How do I approach that one? The style plays such a huge role in the overall feel of the game. Every time we make an asset, it's like, hey, does this feel like it's in universe? Hey, does this feel like Drifter? Even my lead gets like so excited, like being able to like make like tech blocks or the homage to like the drop down labs in Drifter, right? Like you'd fall and go underneath the long thing, and then like, hey, what does that look like in 3D? Or like, hey, what would this asset look like in 3D? And be able to stay on style and actually legitimately give pieces of ourselves for how we think that would look as well, because sometimes we don't get like full concepts. Usually most of the time it is, but if actually on that point, playing into the environment thing, it's been fantastic being able to have so much creative direction at Heart Machine as well. Like it's not always just like, hey, here's a thing. If I'm like, oh, hey, I think this would look a little better this way, or hey, per in universe, I think this color change, or even like some when I was making a boss arena, I got to do like little changes, big changes here and there in regard to how that was approached. So it feels wild to be given creative direction, especially since I've only been in the industry like 3 years now. So I'm like, you guys are trusting me with that, but it feels really good. So yeah.
That's incredible. I'm curious to know. Is there any other media or games that have played an influence to some of the content that you're driving inside Heart Machine?
I was like, I thought I had an answer before you said like the second half of that, and then I was like, then there's like another answer. For games in general that have influenced me, and I think influenced my art style. I loved the Spyro series growing up, as well as like Cooper, Harvest Moon, etc., and how well the environments told a story and told what the universe was, right? Like, you can throw art together, but if you aren't telling it through a certain style or angle, then you don't get the full breadth of like, hey, what is this world? What are you supposed to feel? What are the emotions you're supposed to feel through the game? I think in regard to specifically Heart Machine, we've taken like a couple of influences from one of them. One I think that was most influential for me was Rhyme, at least in regard to like the art style. I love how absolutely soft and open that world feels, and warm. Like, I think for most of the game, there's like not even like music playing. It's like you just feel like you're in a different universe, and like that's what I want the player to feel when they're going through Heart Machine, I think, so, or going through Hyperlight Breaker. Going through Heart Machine.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's super cool. What are you playing now? Like, just in general, like, cause it's always cool to see what folks like developers and artists are playing, you know, while they're making stuff.
Okay, the default answer is like Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm playing through that right now because it's, gosh, that game's gorgeous. But another one is Horizon Forbidden West. Is another one because I've really gotten through that game because of how gorgeous the environments are. Like, I just start and I'm like, whoa, look at that, how that's placed, or like look at the details on that, and I'm like, I don't know what they did. I need to see more talks on that. I think one more is Disco Elysium. That's another big one for me as well. I love the absolutely great storytelling in that game.
Wait, which one? Oh, Disco Elysium.
Disco Elysium.
Okay,
yeah,
okay. That's cool.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
I still need to leap into that one. But Danielle, I think this is all the time that we have with you today. It's been excellent to hear both your vision and your contributions to Heart Machine. And I'm excited to see these giant swords and other assets you've developed for Hyperlight Breaker. Before we're out of here, where can people find you if they want to keep up with all the tweets of you identifying the assets that you worked on?
Yeah, so you can find me, I think on several, I think I'm the same name as several, on Twitter, dpandaheart, so dpandaheart, at twitter.com. Same thing for Instagram, as well as, I'm not sure how to like link my LinkedIn, but I'm on there too. If you search me as an environment artist, I'll pop up for sure on there, because there's not many Danielles. I think Danielle Wallace is on in the game dev space, so.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us. I mean, it's so awesome that you're enthusiastic about it. Oh, been in the game for now 3 years. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's right. That's awesome, because it's not always easy to break in, and you're breaking in at a great place, and you have such creative freedom and great collaborative experiences. So thanks for joining us.
Feels good. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much.
All right. That is Roller Girl. It looks super dope, and we're here with Indigo Doyle. What is up, Indigo?
Hey, not much. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about the game.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
No, fire away. It's all you.
Okay. Yeah. So, thanks for joining us. The game looks really interesting. I've never seen anything like it, really. It looks very serene and like an interesting narrative experience. Can you tell us a little bit about Roller Girl?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. I'm glad that it's coming across as that, because that's what I really want people to see. So yeah, it's very much a relaxing game of taking your time, not having a ton of time constraints or things that you have to complete. I kind of always say that it's like a game of side quests because whenever I play a long game, I don't even do the main quest half the time, right? So I really enjoy that. And it's also heavily based on my childhood growing up in a small city where I would rollerblade like everywhere. So it's really exciting to sort of put myself into a game and see my experiences come to life and watch other people sort of play them and relate to them as well, it's been really awesome.
How did you get started in game development and get started with this particular game?
So I got started in game development when I went to school back in 2013. I didn't really have any idea what I wanted to do other than I liked drawing, so I was like, maybe concept art. But then once I started doing concept art, I realized that I didn't like it, and I started learning 3D for the first time, and I was like immediately obsessed. And so from there, I started practicing, building up a portfolio, and after several years of kind of doing it on the side and working in a different field, I finally decided to just take the plunge during the pandemic actually and go out into doing freelance full time. And then from there, I kind of started thinking about what kind of games I would like to make myself. And I was like, people say write what you know, so I feel like develop what you know kind of works a little bit too. And I just wanted to make kind of just a little proof of concept for this game, and then it kind of just grew from there, and people really like the idea of the whole premise and everything, and especially the way that the music affects the game. So it's just been a really exciting journey from there.
It looks super cool. Derek is driving right now. Can you talk a little bit about what's going on with the game and the narrative of the story?
Yeah, for sure. So within the game, the main character is Naomi. She's based off of me, and so she's mainly rollerblading around this small little town. Everyone around is kind of like a quirky local small town person with entertaining personalities and like quirky little stories. And so she has recently been gifted this car that has a bit of work that needs to be done to it, so she can't drive it. So she's rollerblading around asking people, hey, do you have any jobs I can do so I can make some money and fix up this car, which I came up with the idea because that actually kind of happened to me a little bit. I had purchased my first car. I was so excited. I saved up so much money, and it was like a nice like kind of sports car. Not really.
Wait, what car was it? I have to
Okay,
ask.
so it's not
What
a
car?
sports car because now that you've asked, it's gonna be embarrassing because it's not actually a sports car. But compared to
Put you on
what
blast, you know what I mean?
compared to what other people were buying at my age, I was like, this is like a sporty car. It was like a Tiburon, like a Hyundai Tiburon from
Okay.
like 2004. So it was like kind
Nice,
of curvy.
nice.
Everyone was buying like a Pontiac Sunfire, and I was like, I'm gonna be different, and I'm gonna get this blue Tiburon. So yeah, I bought that, and it had like crack in the windshield. It was missing spark plugs. I couldn't drive it, and everyone was mocking me. They were like, "You have a car, but you can't drive it." Like, haha. And I was like, just like sad for like 6 to 8 months trying to save up money to fix it. So I really liked putting that idea into the game of like, you have this, but you can't use it. And I still loved rollerblading around when I had the car. So it's kind of just combining two of those things.
Did you really
see.
do? I'm just curious. Did you do odd jobs to get the money, or was it?
Not really. Not specifically odd jobs. I did have a paper route for 6 years, so that's where this quest that you're doing right now kind of comes
Okay.
into play. And there was a lot of like, if you had a paper route and you had to take the weekend off, you had to find someone to cover for you, which is basically what the character just did. He was like, I want to go somewhere, do my papers for me, and you're like, well, I could use the money. So why not? But yeah, I actually had like a part-time job at the movie theater, so I didn't do odd jobs, but I probably would have if needed.
Can you tell us a little bit about the playlist system? Because it's very unique. I mean, just looking at like checking out the trailer, you go into that. Can you talk about that system and where you're going with it?
Yeah, for sure. So the playlist system is like literally just based off of when I was like 15 and I had an iPod Nano and I had playlists on it that were based off of sort of how I was feeling. So if I was having a really great day, I'd have this like really great playlist where it felt like everything was just like gorgeous and sunny and bright. And then if I was having a bad day, I'd have sort of the opposite, where it's very like moody and like sad. And I feel like as a teenager, everything is kind of like really dramatic. So if you're having a bad day and you're listening to that song, the world around you kind of feels like, oh, like everything is like shrinking in on me and I'm like alone. And if you're having a great day, then it's kind of like sun shining, you're walking on sunshine type of thing. So that's what we're implementing here, of having the music not only change the visuals, but also affect the narrative and what things are available to you depending on that state as well.
So can you like collect other like songs that like boost up your playlist? I'm super curious about this.
Yes, so we actually can. There is a couple of pickups placed around the world that you can grab, and they'll unlock new music for your playlist.
Nice.
Which is I'm pretty happy about that, because it's kind of based off of when you're kind of like walking around. I always say, like, after it snows, you find like little stuff on the ground that people dropped into snowbanks and couldn't find anymore. So it's kind of based off of that. If you find an item, the song that's linked to it is kind of related to that item and tells a bit of a story about like who dropped it or what that item meant to that person.
That's cool. Who's doing the music? Are you sourcing it from different artists that you like? Are you doing the music?
Right. So I'm glad you asked that, because I was actually about to point it out. So right now the music is just some free music that we found, but we're in the progress of contacting indie bands from Ontario that kind of give off the same vibe of the game, so we can license them into it. And sort of shine like a bit of a light on the local music industry here, which is really exciting. I like to always say that Avril Lavigne was from the town that this is based off of, so like she should be in it. But yeah, it's, we're planning on getting some local artists into the game for sure.
Speaking of the town, as I'm cruising around here, I'm delivering newspapers, and there's definitely a sense of life and reality to the neighborhood. I'd love to know more about what it was like, building the environment and building a space that, feels authentic.
For sure. So yeah, it was based off of Belleville, Ontario, which if anyone knows, like, shout out to you, because no one knows where it is because it's so small. But I grew up there, and it was really exciting to kind of like spend time building it. People think that I'm kind of insane because I pretty much hand built all of these houses, but I was like really dedicated to make them look unique. Majority of the houses should look different. Like, I'll tell you a secret, they are a lot of the same house, but they do have like aspects that are different, different materials, different props outside, but the bases are pretty much the same. But there are a couple of houses that are like very specifically built to look exactly the same as the house in real life, because I got really obsessed. Making props and environments is my like main focus, so I really had a good time making all of these assets, and it's been really interesting to sort of like see the town sort of like become itself, and then watching other people go through it. They don't really have the same sort of like memories of the area as me, so it's interesting to see what they interpret it as, because to me, I'm like, yeah, that's Albert Street, that's totally chill, and they're like, I don't know where I am, and I'm like, oh, I guess not everyone grew up there.
This dude is trying to like climb trees with rollerblades. I'm amazed. I need to. I need to.
I will do whatever it takes to deliver these papers. Let me tell you.
Oh my gosh, we actually have a bit of a glitch where if you jump on certain things near trees, you could kind of glitch the collision and jump into the tree. But I will leave that to the imagination. If you want to try it, you can.
How many people are on your team?
So right now, I'm just I keep losing track, because in my head it's like 5, but I think it's, so we're 4 right now. Sorry. There's a lot of moving people, but yeah, there's 4 of us right now.
That's awesome. Nice. Where are you at in development?
So right now we're kind of in concept definition phase. We've done a lot of pre-production and proof of concept testing, stuff like that, and now we're trying to sort of build out all of the main mechanics, which they are in place, but we want to polish them a bit more and allow them to feel just a bit more intuitive. And then we're also in the phase of looking for more funding, hopefully finding a compatible publisher, and just fully building it out. We're hoping to finish development within about a year, but it's very dependent on a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Go ahead, Derek.
No, just tacking on a sort of a wrapping question here, but building this sort of slice of life game, was there anything that you wanted to include, but you were like, this one's not going to make it into the project, maybe next one?
There's a lot of like little features. Like I have feature creep every day where I really want to add in like putting in tricks or putting in a customization system, having unlockable areas, kind of like Tony Hawk.
Yeah,
like there's a lot of little things. So it's kind of hard to not put them in, just because of budget and timing. I always say that like if the budget was endless, we would never finish this game because there's so many things I want to add into it. But yeah, I'm happy with how it's going though. Sorry?
Can you sketch?
No, we decided not to put cars in the game just because it's the vibe is very like relaxed, and even in the city that it's from, there's not that much traffic. Like you could lay in the middle of the road and probably not get hit for like at least 20 minutes. Like
it's
perfect for skating.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the game looks super dope.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing it with us. Where can we find? I know the demo is on itch, right? Do you have a Steam page set up and everything?
So right now we don't have a Steam page, but we will hopefully be announcing a Steam page in the next month or so.
Okay, you got to get that mug up so we can promote your Steam page and get you some wish list ASAP.
Yes, for sure.
For sure. So where can we find more about you, the development of Roller Girl, and everything that you're working on?
So the best place would be on Twitter right now, which is at Roller Girl Game on Twitter. We do also have an Instagram and a Discord, which is all linked on the Twitter bio. And we also have a newsletter that we send out every month, so people can join that as well. And yeah, we're pretty much everywhere on socials as Roller Girl Game. And then I guess for me personally, it's my name, Indigo Doyle, on Twitter. That's my main source of social media for the moment.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody check out Roller Girl, get the demo, and we got to talk about some funding opportunities potentially. I know I'm putting you on blast again, but yeah, you got to connect on that.
For sure. I'll take it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Well, we have another special guest with us today. That is Lisette Titre Montgomery. Lisette, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I am doing excellent. I'm really excited to hear about all the things that you're up to, some of the stirrings that are happening. Of course, those details we'll dig into very shortly. But if you just give a little bit of background about yourself and what you're up to these days.
Hi, welcome everyone to the stream. My name is Lisette Titre Montgomery, and I've been making games for, it's been 22 years now. I've done everything from mobile to PC to a lot of time in AAA. And my last project was Psychonauts 2, and now I'm currently starting my own studio called Cornerstone Interactive, working on really focused, mature, narrative-driven games.
That's so dope. I'm excited. I love those type of games. And kudos to you for being in the industry for this long, because I know like you have to pay your dues or whatever, and sometimes it can be very toxic, but like you stuck with it, and it's incredible to see that you've worked on other people's dreams, and now you have your studio and you're working on what you want to work on and putting out. So like congratulations on that. When I get older, I want to be just like you. Sorry, I want to grow up to be just like you.
I'm not that old, but yes.
Right. I was like, wait, what are you saying?
It's not saying that you're older. It's just saying that like I want to be at that level that you're at. That's what I want.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Just giving you
a hard time right out the gate, man. So yes, it's been quite the ride. It's been quite the ride.
Yeah, it's true. you've been doing great things and are continuing to do great things in the industry. I think a highlight of wanting to talk to you today, it certainly centers around what's cooking with Cornerstone Interactive. But before we get there, it would be really excellent to hear about some of that history. You mentioned Psychonauts and some other spaces that you've been involved in as well. Could you expand on some of that?
Yes, it's been a long journey. In the last 10 years, I've been really focused on advocacy work. I think throughout my career, especially coming up, I noticed that I was often the one of two on the floor, and everyone knew who I was, but I didn't know who everyone else was because of that. And so for me, I sort of really turned into like, what can I do? How can I share my knowledge to change that? And so for the last 10 years, I've been working on Gameheads, which is a nonprofit here in Oakland, where we take students from 18 to 24, and we teach them how to make video games, from their first video game to how many other prototypes they want to develop with us. We've had some students in the program for the last total of 9 years, and they stayed through us through college. Now they're developing prototypes. Some of them are getting published, and some of our students are actually getting hired at some of the biggest studios in the world. So I'm really proud of the work we're doing. And I see Cornerstone as the next extension of that.
That's incredible.
That is really, really cool. So my question is, I love that you're doing advocacy and that you're helping younger people come up into this industry, because we are trying to build a foundation. That is what Black Voices in Gaming is about. What is some advice that you would give to, I'm going to take it from a feminine point of view, because I'm also in the game industry, and like you said, there's only so many of us, right? What kind of advice would you give to a young Black girl who is excited about gaming, loves gaming, but just doesn't feel like she fits? What kind of motivational thing would you say to her?
I would say don't focus on what you see, focus on what you can create. I think there's a huge opportunity to create content for, when I say a mature audience, I mean emotionally mature audience, not just an X-rated and violent mature audience.
Right.
And I think there's a major distinction there. And I think that comes with creating content specifically for new demographics. We've been hyper focused on what I would consider a niche, if you look at the total global population of who gamers are. And there hasn't been a lot of effort in really appealing to, older gamers, more gamers of color, more players who are not necessarily interested in adversarial sort of games, but collaborative games. And so I would say focus on what you want to play and the games you want to make, instead of regurgitating the same stuff we've made, because that's not going to get anyone anywhere. I mean, there are people who own that space. You're better off reinventing and finding and creating through your own voice.
I love that. That's sound advice. So if you're listening out there, this goes for anyone actually who's listening today and who wants to get into the gaming field, I think it's best when you tell stories that and then you're able to form them and mold them into something that it's just something beautiful about storytelling. So do what you know. And if you do what you know, I guarantee you'll find somebody who will pick up on it and love it. And I feel like that's basically what you're saying. So thank you for that.
Yep.
Yeah, that resonates in a really big way. A part of the work that you've been doing in Gameheads and the value that's been creating there, you're identifying, the folks who have been going on and creating prototypes and so on. How are any of these people, starting to find their way as potential contributors to Cornerstone, or do you find yourself, seeking to continue to collaborate with any of those individuals that you've mentored or supported?
Well, I think for me, Cornerstone is sort of what we consider the next phase. And so it is a separate entity for me from Gameheads that is purely focused on people who are 18 to 24. But Cornerstone is a business. So we are going to be a premier gaming studio. So we'll be hiring people from Gameheads, hopefully. But in the short term, what we're going to be looking for is more senior talent to help build the structure of the studio before we start bringing in people who are new. But the whole goal is that the whole arc of the company, as we develop more and more hits, so we can do of like hackathon or sort of game jam culture within the studio as well, so that anyone can bring a pitch forward. So that's the long-term goal. Is we are creating a safe, fun, like creative play space for people who haven't been catered to before, and I want to see what kind of stories and opportunities come from creating that space. I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I have one other follow-up question relating to, kind of making these transitions and developing a new space. As somebody who too is in a state of developing a new studio, or expanding some developments at a studio, for those developers out there, those people who are interested in some of the more entrepreneurial side of games, any advice that you might give to somebody who is breaking out a little differently, maybe not seeking to work for their favorite company or work for a new company, but saying, I want to make something of my own?
I would say the best thing you could do is get to an MVP as quickly as possible. It's a lot of people just sit in the ideation phase and they think about all the aspects of the game and their every little nuance, but there's like nothing on the controller to play. So you're really you could be really stuck in this thought space, but the proof is in the pudding, and that pudding is what happens on the screen. So the quicker you can get to a minimal viable product and have something to play, the quicker you could build pipelines to iterate so that you can get to good faster, the better off you'll be. And don't get stuck so much in the conceptual phase that you're just kind of lost in the world you built for yourself and you can't get out.
Yeah, that's excellent advice.
Yeah, especially because I feel like a lot of people, when they start making games, your game's going to change. Like the idea, the story, you might have a core idea, but there's so many changes that are going to happen. Get that light outline and then just start working. Just start doing it. That's what I've been hearing from a lot of developers and a lot of people at studios. Just do it. Just make it happen. And I know that's easier said than done, but we have Lizette's here. She did it. Derek's here. He did it. You know what I mean? Everybody who's been here has at some point had to start with an idea, and it's blossomed into something incredible. I had a question. So I know you were talking about the age range from 18 to 24. Is there any specific reason why you picked that age range and it doesn't move on, any older or any younger? What is it about that age range that you were like, these are the kids and the adults that I want to focus on?
A bit of a correction. It's 14 to 24, but a lot of our students are 18 to 24.
Okay.
Well, I think one of two things, especially the high school student range, we sort of target that range because it's kind of the last hurdle to get students into STEM before they get into college. So ideally, we would like to get them exposed to these concepts as quickly as possible, get them making their first game as quickly as possible, because the longer they're exposed to these concepts, the more knowledge they will gain over time. And so that gives them a leg up on someone who's just starting right in college. Plus, it gives them something to show when they're applying to schools. So they could say, oh, I've made a prototype, I'm serious about this, rather than saying, I think this would be a great idea, but not really having a strong understanding. So for us, it's trying to capture them while they are a captive audience. I think most teenagers play games now, especially since the pandemic, since it was really their only social outlet that was accessible to them. So what you're really seeing now is a new generation, Generation Alpha, is completely online. 100% almost play games unless their parents don't let them, and they're still being indoctrinated into these toxic cultures, right? So what we want is for our students to really think about themselves as game creators, not just consumers, and what kind of games that they want to create for themselves, not the reflection of what has been given to them.
I love that. And okay, we're running close on the end of time, but I know it's in Oakland, but do you guys have any plans of expanding to other areas? Or is this just I really wanted to focus on where I live and help my community?
The program is actually online. It's free. It's all year round. And anyone from any time zone that can make it work is allowed to join. We have students in Hawaii. We have students that are out of the country. We have students that are in the East Coast. So we expanded the program to make sure that we can get as many students that as we can access if they really want it. And with Cornerstone, we're doing the same thing. We're going to be a remote studio because I want to hire artists from anywhere in the world.
That's the way to do it.
I want to, you can't really say you're a diverse company if you're only willing to hire within the United States. So for me, I think it's important that international access and the digital divide sort of removes that barrier.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that with us. I've learned so much, and I feel like there's so much more I could learn, but we have such a short amount of time. But if you are interested and you want to find out more, definitely look into this. Lizette, if they want to learn how to become a part of the program, if they want to see what you're doing and how the studio's going and maybe, apply, where can they get all that information at?
Sure. If you're a student or someone who is actually in college but looking for people to make games with and looking to learn from the best in the industry, you can go to gameheadsoakland.org. When our application process opens, usually in the fall, make sure you apply because those slots get filled quick. And for Cornerstone Interactive, I would say look out in the next few months. We're starting to recruit artists as we're developing pitches, and I'm hoping to start getting out there to get some cash flow toward the end of the year. So follow me on Twitter at Z16 or on LinkedIn. Just use my name and keep a lookout. There's some exciting news coming.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, Derek, that was incredible. Like, I feel so inspired now, and I can't hear you if you're talking. Derek, are you talking?
I am talking. I made the mistake of muting myself for any background sounds. I have a little one. You never know what to expect.
I understand.
Yes. No, I am excited as well. And I was saying, you heard it here first. And so, yes, please stay tapped in with what Lizette is up to. And it's been a pleasure to be able to hear from your expertise and really gain so much insight in such a concise moment.
Absolutely. Guys, we still have so much more to go. Like, you already heard her. We have the best of the best on the show. Like, this is dope. So again, thank you, Lizette. Guys, keep up with her. If you're interested in becoming a gamer, if you want to see what else she's putting out, go follow her. Don't delay. Literally just pick up your phone and do it. It's so simple. And we'll catch you in the next interview. Thanks. Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm super excited because we have something a little different this time. Like, I know we always talk about games and developers, which is definitely dope, but we are going to bring on two creators of a blurred box. I know you guys have heard of subscription boxes before, but this one is incredible. And I would go into detail about it, but I'm going to let them explain how they came together, what inspired them to do it, and we may have a partnership or something going on that we'll talk about a little later. And just make sure you stay tuned because it's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. So, Hanif and Kay, are you there? Are you with us?
Yes. Thank you for having us.
No, thank you for coming on. Like, I was super excited. When we first talked about it, I was like, we got to get you on Black Voices in Gaming because I've never heard of a blurred box for Black nerds. Like, I think that's super incredible. That's dope. And I used to subscribe to a couple of boxes, but now I'm definitely just going to exclusively subscribe to yeah. But anyways, tell us about Otaku Noir. Tell us how you got started. Like, what was the inspiration behind it? We want to know all the details.
The inspiration is actually Kay. She's the inspiration. I guess I'll tell a story because then Kay can tell me how wrong I am in it. Pretty much this we created it. She came up with the idea during the pandemic. As you know, during the great panini in the sky, we couldn't go to any Comic-Con events. Those were suspended or closed down indefinitely. So we missed seeing our local Black creators, seeing what independent books they were doing, buying their artwork. And so Kay just one day she just tweeted me, said, "You know what? I wish we had a service there. We can just subscribe to Black creators' content and just have it shipped to our house." And I literally like got out of bed, no lie, just got out of bed and went onto the computer, looked it up. No, I didn't see anyone doing this, so let's do this. This sounds like a great idea. I don't know why we never thought of it. And we just started rolling with it. We made set up a business where we do quarterly boxes, and each box has a different theme. And usually each box is going to come with a T-shirt, collectibles, books, artwork, all from different creators of color. It's something I'm glad it's something I wish we had created years ago.
I mean, but there's no time like the present, right? And now you guys have got it going, and it's super dope because listen, like, there are so many Black creators out there. Like, one of the reasons why Black Voices in Gaming is what it is because there's so many game developers out there that nobody sees, right? Mm-hmm. So you doing something like that for the community, like, I'm inspired. Like, I just think that's really, really cool. I know I've said that like 32 times already, but I really do. Like, taking things for the community and using it in a way to bring us together, even when we couldn't physically be together, like, that's something. Like, Kay, you woke up that morning, you were like, I came to get stuff started. And you did. This is it. Like, and now you're here, you're talking about the box. And I know you were talking about saying each box has a different theme. And I know that there's a special theme that's going to be going on with this box. So would you show us the box that you guys have put together and tell us a little bit about the theme?
This is the current theme. This is going to be shipped out this month, this June, since we're quarterly. So this is the June box, and we worked with Blurred Official. It's going to have exclusive limited edition T-shirt that you can't get even on their website. It's going to have a lot of different items that are from Blurred.com, as well as our artwork. I don't want to spoil it, but we do have some autographed books inside here too from some creators of color as well. So. I know people are going to really be excited, and one thing we want to let people know that each box is like a mini Comic-Con experience. You know, you get in the lanyard, you get in the badges, you get in the stickers, you get in all of the other kind of swag you normally would pick up when you go to a comic convention.
That's what's up. Okay, we haven't heard from you, and I want to hear from you. So
yes, Kay, talk.
You got to talk, Kay. You got to talk. So
do I know? Like, that's the whole point of a silent partner.
No. You signed up to come on to an interview. You can't be silent. What is that?
Okay, so technically, let me just say, just like with the idea of the box, I did not initially meant for us to create the box. I was just saying I wish there was a service like that. Someone took my idea and was like, why don't we do it? I was like, no. Like, I was hesitant. I was like, I didn't mean us. Like, I'm not that kind of person. I don't know how to do any of these things. So I get roped into stuff. I have an idea, and someone, him, decides, you know what, that's a really good idea. It's kind of not cool.
Okay, the lesson from this is like not telling anybody else your cool ideas if you don't want to get roped in, but it's too late, baby. You're here. You know what I mean?
It is, and I am glad that he ran with this idea because I've been loving seeing everybody's reaction. Like, I'm a lurker. So I will search videos of people responding and like how they enjoy the box. So like that's why I'm like, I don't like being in front of the camera because I'm like, then I can't like lurk, and like I go to cons and I see people and I'm like, oh, this is cool, and they just don't know who I am. And I'm like, that's great. They know who he is. They don't need to know me. They know him. They know the face. It's a brilliant thing for me.
I hate to break it to you, but everybody's gonna know who you are now because you're on Black Voices in Gaming. But listen, I'm really like, let me just tell you how important it is that you are on here, because there are so many spaces that are just full of men that it's really nice to see a woman in this space, regardless if like you don't want to be on it. Like, after this, I promise we won't bring you back if you don't want to come back. But if you want to come back, we'll bring you back. But it's so important to see people who look like you. Like, that's part of the reason why we do this show. That's part of the reason why I put together Dames for Games, is because representation matters. And there's some little girl out there who loves to cosplay, who loves going to conventions, and she's going to watch this and she's going to be like, oh my God, maybe I can do that someday. So whether you know it or not, you are making changes, okay? There's somebody out there just like you who's like, man, I just want to lurk. But they're going to see that, like, you were able to get up in front of this camera and talk about this. And, like, that's really inspiring, Kay. I just want you to know that. You may not think it is, but that's super inspiring.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. it's the lurker in me. I can't. It's hard to pull away from being a lurker. I'm sorry. It's really hard.
I understand. I'm a bit of an introvert too. It doesn't seem like it because I'm in front of the camera and I have to like play it up for the camera, you know. But yeah, I like to lurk too. I lurk on Twitter a lot, so no worries. But Kay, tell us how did you and Hanif meet? Because I feel it feels like a brother sisterly vibe. Like you definitely give him his shots, and he's like, dang, like she came in swinging, y'all. So tell us a little bit about that.
So I'm friends with his wife.
Okay.
Me and his wife met in like 2004, and then she married him, and I was like, really? Do you have to? I'm losing a friend.
I feel that.
I do like him now.
No,
I like him
feel
now.
That. That's fair because I don't like my friend's husband. So, see, you're doing better than I am. It is like losing a limb, y'all. I don't know. I can't. But Hanif, you seem really cool. I would like you to.
Thank you. I'm the plus one. That's pretty much what it is. I married into this.
As long as you know where you stand, you know what I'm saying? Like you know your role, then it's all good.
Yeah. And my wife, as Kay says, she has ideas. My wife is the creative director. A lot of times she just comes in, why don't you guys do this? And then she sidles off with these what was this? These are great ideas. We should run with that. So yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Derek, did you have any questions that you wanted to ask? Because I know when I first approached you about it, you were like, yeah, we have to have him on the show. Oh, Derek, you're muted.
I mute as a contingency. I have a baby in the background who might, scream. It's a background thing. Also dogs and stuff like that. So, okay. Anyways, the point being, Des is accurate in saying that when she approached about the blurred box Otaku Noir, I was absolutely excited. Without hesitation, I was like, yes, please sign me up. Those are those dogs I mentioned earlier. But my question goes back to the strategy. You mentioned it kind of being born out of the pandemic, and I think that ended up being really excellent time. You identified a need and then went to go confirm if that need had already existed somewhere, and then decided to fill that space up. So out came from that a new strategy, and I'm curious, what are your plans currently, and how are you keeping the momentum flowing? What are your current strategies for Otaku Noir?
I think what we can do now that everyone can go back out, maskless or whatever, and do conventions, it doesn't stop us from doing what we're doing, because not everyone can make it to San Diego Comic-Con, Anime NYC, MomoCon, or HBCU, BlurCon. I mean, there's hundreds of conventions. Unfortunately, not hundreds of Black-owned conventions, but there's still hundreds, if not thousands, of Black creators, writers, artists, musicians, game developers. We want this box to be an opportunity for them to expand their reach, expand their audience. We want to be a herald for them. Find out about BVIG. Find out about D4G. I never heard of it. What's that? It's in the box. Open up the box. You have the information. You can go to the website to learn more, to support them directly. You don't have to continue to go through Otaku Noir to find out about this new writer that I heard about. I never knew about this manga before I got this box, and now you're a fan of them. That's what we like. Kay says, we love seeing the unboxings. We love getting the DMs from people who enjoy the stuff, or telling us, "Oh, I had to open up the box before my kids came home because last box they took the T-shirt and I didn't get anything." I mean, it's nice to know that our ideas are bringing some happiness to people like that. But going forward, I think each box is kind of like reinventing ourselves. What new theme have we not done? Because when you create your own company, as you know, you can do what you want, but there's so many things out there, so much wonderful content out there that we can only put so much in one box per quarter. So it's like we come up with ideas. Like I said, we collaborated with Blurred to produce this box. We did a Black fantasy box last year called Blurred of the Rings, where we created our own world, had our own coins, maps, deck of cards that had like Black mermaids, Black royalty, and stuff like that. We did one exclusive about villains. I mean, there's so much stuff that we can do. We have another box coming out in September that I know you guys are gonna we'll tell your audience about in a little bit. But there's so much that we can do that I think looking at our company is similar to going down the bread aisle at the supermarket, where you don't just have one type of bread. You can have hundreds, if not thousands, of different types of bread, whole wheat, white bread, whatever. That's what our box is like. We have something for everybody.
And that's what's
Excellent.
up. Yeah. I know one of the things that I saw that you were promoting, Vampire in Brooklyn, and it was a cereal box, and that was, oh my god, I've never seen that before. Do you have the Vampire in Brooklyn cereal box? Because listen, that should have been a real cereal right there.
Well,
okay.
We're not culinary experts. We don't want nobody getting food poisoning here.
Like that's where we draw the line. We can give you ideas. No, we can put confetti in it, but if you don't want anything that we will cook.
You're like, nobody's getting any Cocoa Puffs. Like,
that's
we're not
incredible.
Yeah, it's just we come up with our own custom mazes, and the word and like the
let's go
the word jumble and stuff. Even got the fake ingredients. Dictionary facts,
100% blurred.
100% blurred, no knowledge, 100%, melanin, 100%, gatekeeping 0. So, things like
Yo, that gatekeeping one, that's on point. That's on point. Because it's about community. It's about teamwork, right? And like, I love some of the things that you were saying earlier. Like, it's not just about like what we can put in the box. It's about like putting things in the box that gets other people known for what they're doing. And you don't have to keep subscribing to us, but like if you find something you like and you keep subscribing to like getting those comics or like getting that art, like that's helping somebody else in the community. And I love that. So we are running short on time, but before we do, I just want to quickly talk about the box that we are partnering with you. So Dames for Games and Black Voices in Gaming are partnering with the Taco Noir to bring you guys the most incredible blurred box experience ever. And I think we have a box that we could show them what it looks like. Like it looks so dope, guys. Like it's incredible.
This is
drum roll.
The box. I don't know if how good it's gonna look in the shot. I'll spin
it's
it
gonna
around
look even
for
better in
everybody.
person, y'all. I'm hyping it up.
That's clean. Hey.
And I'll show everyone the inside for the life hacks for all those the gamers of our age. Got a little salt and pepper in their beers. They remember some of these codes and whatnot. Like I said, the life hacks there. The Konami code.
Yeah.
Love
they got the Sonic. See if we can see it on this side. You got the other.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm sure if you can look at it real quick, what those life hacks are without even doing that. So, again, we're blessed to be able to work with both of your organizations to provide our audience with gaming content made by people of color. I mean, honestly, when you think about video games, you just think of the big publishing, big developers and stuff. You don't think about the independent ones, as well as the people who are behind the scenes on it. And for me personally, the gaming theme, it's been something that's been, jumping around in my head for a while now, because my son, he's in college and he wants to get into game design. So I felt not so much that this box automatically represent what he wants to do, but it allows me to then dig a little bit deeper into the behind the scenes of the gaming industry. What is he potentially going to be doing with his career, hopefully in the gaming industry?
Well, I have a comment on that. One, you need to send your son our way. Specifically, send him my way too. I teach game design. I teach 3D modeling. Black Voices in Gaming is here to support what y'all are doing, but also, we want to support the entry of new voices as well. So don't be a stranger. When it comes to this box, because I know there's going to be people in our audience as well as yours that are ready to receive it. For those who are just hearing about it for the first time, where can we find out where to subscribe? Where can we prepare our hands for the receipt of this upcoming game box?
If you go to otakunoir.com, it might be easier to see it this way. Just otakunoir.com, all one word. You can go online now to purchase the box. It is $60. But we also have the Affirm option, I believe, so that we can, if you want to, break it down into installment payments. But this box doesn't ship until September, so you have until August 28th to place your order. As time proceeds, we will let people know a little bit more of what's going to go in the box. We have a lot of great things in store for you. I guarantee you, everyone will be happy with what's inside these boxes.
Oh yes,
Excellent.
oh yes. So y'all stay tuned and save your pennies and your nickels and your dimes, so you can get this box because it's going to be
Bookmark that webpage.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, follow us on Instagram. We'll definitely let everyone know more about the box as as the time goes on. We'll be revealing stuff, not exactly what's in the box, but more hints so that way you can to whet your appetite to let you know what to expect when you get this box.
They said they're going to tease y'all. Well, Hanif, Kay, thank you so much for coming on and spending some time with us and telling us about the Blurred Box. Make sure you go check them out. Make sure you follow them on their social media because listen, they're doing the game box, but like they're going to keep making boxes, and I definitely know that there'll be something that you'll see that you'll love. Like I wanted the cereal box. I'm a little sad that there's no cereal in it, but I want the box, and it's
you can
still
use it as a cereal box holder for yourself.
Yeah,
you want to put your Cheerios inside.
That is absolutely true. I might do that. I might go get like some
cereal.
Cocoa Pebbles and stick it in there.
Yeah, you just put,
Anyways,
you put the cereal in it.
could you imagine? Could you imagine having like some chocolate frosted flakes and pulling that out for somebody who did not know it was in a real cereal? That would be great. That would be great.
That's a flex.
But anyway, we have come to the end of our time, and it's been great. This interview has been so eye-opening. Please continue to do what you guys are doing. Like, it really is like I don't know. I say everybody's inspirational, but like, Kay, you're inspirational, girl. I know you want to lurk, but I'm sorry. I'm say your name every time I go somewhere and be like, yeah, have y'all heard of Kay? She got that. But
you
yeah,
okay, please don't do that. No. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that.
She just slides off screen like no.
All him. I promise.
She says that, but she showed up on the interview. But anyways, guys, that's it for us with this interview. Stay tuned for more. We'll see you soon.
That was the latest trailer from Corrupt. We're with the creator himself, Jesse Wright. We've been talking to Jesse for a long time when we used to host mix events at Evo. Like, you've been to GDC, the Afro Tech showcase. Like, you've been going everywhere. You had Black Salt Corruption, and now you're really getting ready towards the launch of Corrupt. How's it going?
Man, it's been a crazy journey so far, but it's been an exciting kind of road developing Corrupt, and yeah, starting with like Black Salt Corruption and transitioning into Corrupt, and then kind of getting it where it is now. It's been an exciting process for sure. And hey, shout out to you guys for sure. Like, seeing everything from being at mix events and stuff a couple years back and seeing how everything has progressed now. It's like, shout out to you for that. It's been really awesome seeing this platform grow.
Yeah, for
absolutely. I think it's been. I've had a chance to check out Black Salt Corruption. That's actually where my knowledge about this game really came into place. And so when I heard about Corrupt, I was like, wait a minute, I know something's changed. And so I would love to hear about how you came up with the name, a little bit of the background in it, and just your relationship to fighting games.
Yeah, so kind of going with Black Salt Corruption, that was kind of a whole different project altogether, where I got to collaborate with one of my mentors who owns the Black Salt franchise, and we just had a random idea one day of, what if I made a fighting game that kind of brought some of your characters and my characters in, and just like an arcade experience, something like the Dreamcast days, and that's kind of where Black Salt Corruption was created, and then kind of going from there. I think we did, just Steam Early Access, and then we had started working on trying to get it on the Switch, but then COVID had happened, and it was so crazy, like getting through lot check and stuff like that. So in the background, I had always been working on Corrupt. That was like, again, Black Salt Corruption was bringing together his property and mine, and so Corrupt was that's been my baby since I was in like high school. I've been writing about Gatling. So being able to finally have the opportunity now to bring this story and make a game around it and everything has been like super awesome. And then going to what I've been with the fighting game community and genre, like I've been competing online in tournaments for so long, and been fortunate to hit some leaderboards and stuff to where I've made a lot of friends that are in the fighting game community, and I go to a lot of those events as well. So naturally kind of wanting to make a fighting game and playing and consuming a lot of the fighting games that are out on the market, it's just kind of always been what I love and wanted to do. So, yeah.
So the game has progressed over the last few years. You worked with a few other publishers to help you get to where you're at now. Can you tell us about the progress that you've made up to this point and kind of where you're working on the release for the game?
Yeah, so I've worked with a couple different publishers now, getting to this point, and really what it's been is, a fighting game is such a niche genre where publishers, they would get excited about it, but then it's like, when we actually sit down and try to come up with a plan on how we're going to market it and roll things out, that's when it kind of like, okay, we don't know if we're the right fit for this project. And so it's never been any like bad blood or any horrible situations or anything like that. It's just been more like, okay, this isn't the right fit for us, but hey, we'll help you, along the road or whatever. And like the progress I've made so far is also just being able to build my team up a lot stronger, where before it started with blueprints that I made, and I am no programmer by any means or anything. So putting together blueprints and just having something functional at one point was super exciting. And then some of the people that I actually met in the Unreal forums that I started working with and kind of slowly building a team. But then more recently, there's a development group that they've been making some different fan fighting games that have done like a pretty big splash where the fighting game community went crazy over. But we kind of teamed up and had talked about working together a lot in the past, and then finally kind of took that step once I started working with a new publisher, and now things have just been progressing well, and we can finally see that light at the end of the tunnel. Definitely will be content complete. Now we can see those dates and those milestones and things. So as far as the release window, no hard release date just yet, but we definitely are moving towards it now finally.
Yeah. So you talked about building your team, and I'm curious, what about building your community? Fighting games have a specific resonance with the Black community. We all play fighting games here. We're looking forward to fighting games on the way. I'm looking forward to Corrupt. How do you get your community charged for a title like this?
Yeah, so, it's been a while since I've shown any gameplay or anything on Corrupt, because it was kind of at that point where I noticed I had dropped some gameplay and would get like a really big response, but then it's like I'm showing them exactly like what we just got to that day. So I'm like super excited about it. Like, oh man, let me get this out here. Then it goes crazy. And then it's like I don't really have much to show, like a couple weeks later. So it was like, let me build this up. Let me actually, work with some fighting game community members, let them test the demos out, different builds and stuff that we've had. And so that's really been how I've done it, is just kind of having builds that I'll let fighting game players like kind of get their hands on and do some testing, and, get different feedback from them. And yeah, just kind of working with them, but kind of been quietly doing that so far. But now to try to let people know that we actually are kind of back on track with everything, it's like getting these hype trailers out, trying to show people like the different characters, kind of reintroducing the ones they've seen with the new mechanics and everything in place, and then start showing all the different characters they haven't seen. And hopefully we'll build it that way. And again, just you got to give people access. You got to put the controller in their hand with a fighting game to really get that feedback. So getting to that as soon as possible, and then kind of going from there with more trailers.
Last time I checked out the game, it felt really good. I mean, you've been shooting me over builds every once in a while when you feel it, right? I just want you to tell the audience, like, this is like the new season of fighting games coming out. We got Tekken 8 coming out. We got Street Fighter 6 dropping actually in the right now. So
yeah, I'm gonna say tonight, tomorrow, right?
Yeah. So, can you explain how it differentiates itself from other fighters in its genre, so people could kind of know what they're kind of getting into?
Yeah, so Corrupt is a 1v1 hyper fighter. So it has things like super jumps, air combos, air juggling, and different things like that. There's a lot of really there's a lot of defensive mechanics, but because the characters all have these crazy movesets, so every character feels dramatically broken. But because there's so much defensive options and things like that, you're able to no one's more broken than the other, right? So it's just been kind of exciting building from that, and seeing all the new fighting games that are coming out, it's been super hyped because now people are talking about fighting games, so it's going to get a lot of people actually trying different stuff out. And when they're they jump into a legacy title like a Street Fighter or a Mortal Kombat and realize what legacy is, right? They jump online, they might still have that taste for a fighting game, and that's where Corrupt will be there, so I think, yeah, that's really the biggest thing that'll differentiate it, though, is just that fast-paced hyper fighter.
Word. Do you have a favorite character?
I don't know if I should say that, right? All of them are my favorite. But,
right.
But definitely, I would say I find myself trying out the character named Destroy, the one with the mask. I kind of lean a lot on that character. I like his
okay.
moveset.
I have a brief follow-up, and I want to toss it back to you, Justin. If there's not a favorite character, I would love to know what influenced some of the art direction for the game.
So that was definitely from just people in my life. Gatling was actually kind of modeled after how I envisioned my brother growing up. I'm the little brother, so I put a lot of those qualities and stuff into Gatling. And then with the character Beretta, that was based off one of my sisters, and so I put a lot of that kind of in the characters, and yeah, just based off people I know and real life experiences.
That's love.
Yeah, that's super good. I think that's kind of a common theme around the developers that we've been speaking with today. They put a lot of personal influence and their culture and life into the characters that they're creating and the worlds they're building. Can you talk a little bit about, because you kind of briefly described how you started making these characters when you're very young, how that process has been evolving them from being, you know what I mean, being a youngster, now being in the game industry and then building characters out. How has that progression been?
Yeah, it's been really crazy, seeing I can't really draw that well, but going from the sketches that I first had of the characters and the different artists that I've worked with getting to now, it's definitely been crazy working with a bunch of different illustrators and character designers that would bring a lot of they're okay, I read what you have about him and I see this design, what if we do this? And just being open to making sure the characters, it's I had this vision for Corrupt and these characters basically as being something I love the Final Fantasy and the Tales of and JRPG genre, and it was really man, it'd be dope to have a black lead character in a Final Fantasy type game. And so that's kind of where the direction came from with a lot of the characters is I kind of want this Final Fantasy futuristic type aesthetic, but having more diverse characters in it, just more representative of, what my life looks like. So yeah, it's been crazy seeing it evolve now and seeing Gatling kind of look like a real person. And it's just yeah, coming from little sketches in high school to now has been pretty crazy.
That's
yeah.
super cool.
That journey is without a doubt inspiring many other people in the fighting game community, up and coming individuals who maybe are seeking an entry into games. And so I'm really appreciative of you being able to share that story and just the arc of where it started to where it is now. I would, if I can squeeze in with the time that we have left, I would love to know what's on the horizon for Corrupt, this year, next year, and where can people look forward to catching up to those updates?
So we will definitely be dropping more character reveals as we go on throughout the summer. We'll definitely have a lot of info dropping at and around EVO this year. So I don't know the exact dates off the top of my head, but definitely tune in to EVO if you're excited about what's going on with Corrupt. And like I said, we're just going to do some character reveals. Then we're going to start showing the different modes within Corrupt. And then we have to show you why it's called Corrupt. That's one thing I haven't done yet, is why is it misspelled Corrupt that way? That's something that we're actually going to reveal a little bit later on here and kind of ramp up to that. So yeah, just more introduction to characters in the world, the gameplay, what to expect, and then eventually we'll get to that launch trailer. And yeah, hopefully it's not too far, but won't say anything right now.
I was about to ask you about the misspelling. That's one thing I think over the years I never ever asked you. That was like one of my questions.
Yeah, like you did that on purpose, right?
Oh yeah, a lot of people bring that up, like, oh, it's misspelled, and I'm like, I thought about it. I'm aware. So
yeah, you get it mad at me, and I spell it right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yo,
right,
come on, you can't this on me. That's hilarious. Well, where can we find you on social media and everything? Because we want to make sure that folks can follow you and check out the game.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, you can check out me on Twitter at JW_correlated and misspelled, like how Corrupt is. And that'll be probably the best spot right now, but working on revamping our website and everything. And we also will be dropping a comic this summer as well, the first issue of it. So yeah,
that's dope. Definitely wish list the game, cop it when it comes out, check out EVO. Thanks so much, Jesse. It's awesome to see your progress on everything, man, that you don't quit. I think that's one of the most awesome parts about your your hustle and to see people in this space. It's like, I think we're all like-minded in this circle, so it's dope, man.
For sure.
We're really pulling for you.
Thank you. And yeah, it's can't give up. This is the kind of industry, the world we love, so it's like, I'm gonna make this Corrupt game happen no matter what, man.
Right.
Hey,
good.
Thanks,
good.
man.
Thank you.
That was so dope. Now we're back at it. The Triforce is back. It was like 2 off every there was like 2 offs every time. We never got to interview, you know what I mean?
I know.
Right.
Next time
Next time for sure. I mean, what was some of your favorite stuff that you were able to communicate with the devs about?
I think having Lizette come on and seeing someone, like another Black woman, being in that place and starting a studio was really, really cool. And I think like her talking about like being in rooms and seeing like where you might be one, like the only person there or just one of 2 was really important, because I think that's what I'm experiencing in the game industry, where it's just me and I'm looking for other people who look like me and who have like worked that hard. So that was really cool. But then again, all of our guests were really, really dope. Like they all brought something incredible to the showcase, as they always do. Past guests as well. Derek, what did you think? What was your favorite moment?
It's hard to have a favorite moment. I always enjoy getting to celebrate like the diversity in both games and content that gets brought to the show. And so, there's something special about everybody who had something to talk about. I really enjoyed getting to check out Breeze in the Clouds, really enjoyed getting to chat with Jesse about Corrupt, and seeing where games are intersecting in different mediums. And speaking of different mediums, the Otaku Noir box, was also really good to chat with them. Yeah.
That was really cool. And Justin, just so you know, like you should tell everybody. Everybody needs to go and try to win one of these gaming boxes because we're gonna have some merch in it.
Right.
Black Voices in Gaming is putting some merch in this box. Dames for Games is putting some merch in the box. You don't want to miss out on this one. You really don't.
You
Because
definitely
you already see
there's gonna be some dope stuff coming through. Yeah, I'll tell you mine. I'm mad biased though. I'm not gonna be playing the diplomatic game in this piece. Come on. Like, no. I really like you're right. All of them were dope. I really liked Indigo because I remember when I was a younger developer, and then she's got that energy to really bring herself and her life to her game. And you don't always often see that, and that's what it's about when you're going indie. Also Danielle, she's working on Hyper Light Breaker, and I was about to like mess up the name, but Hyper Light Breaker at Heart Machine Games, and just her experience, and then the studio being so cool to allow her to have her creative freedom and express herself in the game was pretty excellent. So it's awesome to see ourselves in these places, in these spaces, and I can't wait to hear more about what people are doing. So that's it. We're gonna be closing off the show. I'm always so amazed at the talent, of course, hard work that we get to showcase here at BVIG, and we got sponsors who have been amazing, who've been working with us over the years. PlayStation, ID at Xbox, again, Raw Fury, Razor, Wilson, Sensini, who is supporting our developers with legal help anywhere from incorporation to IP law, publishing contracts, and more. So great.
That's right. And I want to give thanks to I'll take it. Thank you for the baton. Thanks to the Mixed team and Media One, of course. They've continued to break barriers and build a foundation for indie developers, and it's been an amazing journey to watch. Thanks to our broadcasting partners. It goes to Twitch, IGN, Steam, and GameSpot. And of course, don't forget about that Steam event page. The Mixed event page on Steam is where you can learn more about the BVIG titles, buy the available games, or add them to your wish list. Wish lists are really important. Let me tell you, they help developers a ton. So be sure you add the ones that you like, or add them all, because again, they're
add all of them. Put them all in there.
Buy them.
Buy them.
Buy them. Demos.
While we're talking about buying and adding and all that stuff, don't forget to donate, guys. Like, grab your phone, snap that QR code. No amount is too small, and we truly appreciate it. It really goes a long way. It helps us to continue this wonderful showcase, show you awesome content, and help the developers who are creating and making their dreams come true. Also, the merch. I mean, I can't say enough about the merch. We are going to be expanding it. We got t-shirts. I mean, we gonna have hats. We gonna do everything. So make sure you're checking out the merch. And don't forget to follow us on our socials. All right, that's Black Voices in Gaming on Instagram, BVI Gaming on Twitter, and Black Voices in Gaming on YouTube. Guys, check it out. Go to our website as well if you want to find out what we're doing next. That's blackvoicesgaming.org. Now, before I end, we also have to give a shout out to Netflix again, because what they're doing with us, this partnership is incredible. And we are so honored to be partnering with them on our first accelerator program called the Experience Excellence Accelerator. Guys, I'm going to say that one more time. Experience Excellence Accelerator, where we will be helping to fund 4 Black developed mobile game prototypes. The accelerator will include workshops and curriculum from professional mentors and networking opportunities, with the goal of helping to boost professional developers progress on their games and get them ready for further investment or publishing opportunities. If you're interested in being a part of the Experience Excellence BVIG Netflix Mobile Game Accelerator program, please submit your application and go to the website for more details. Remember, that's experience with an XP, not EXP, XP. Guys, this has been absolutely incredible as always.
I love rocking with the entire BVIG team. This showcase continues to grow and get better. We're constantly looking for ways to uplift the Black creators in the game space. Like I've always said, and will continue to say, you deserve to be seen, heard, and respected. We're building a foundation for future generations. We appreciate all the encouragement from the gaming industry and will maintain our focus of making the community we love more inclusive and better for everyone involved. If you want to find out more about me, be sure to check me out on Twitter at DMBC32, or now you can check out Dames for Games on Twitter as well, where I will be giving you tons of information about upcoming shows where we'll be constantly highlighting women and their contributions to the gaming community and industry. Passing on the baton to Derek.
Picking it up from below.
That was a confusing Derek.
Yeah, I was confused for a minute, y'all. It's a lot, you know.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining another great show. You know what we're about here, and that's supporting the developers. I can't say enough to be able to check out those Steam pages, check out those games, and show your support as well. If you want to continue to see content like this, consider donating. I love bringing this content and hosting these developers with the likes of Justin and Dez. But if you want to know more about me, feel free to drop me a follow on at Twitter or whatever you prefer. That's Derek V Fields. Justin, what do you got to say before we go? The baton.
I'm trying to take
baton gets to pass one last time.
The last baton pass. Again, you can. Yeah, I need to grab it. Yeah, you can follow Black Voice in Gaming at BVI Gaming for sure. You could find me at IcyJman everywhere else. I hope you all enjoyed yourself. Thanks for rocking with us. Thanks to devs, all our sponsors. We had a blast introducing you to some new games, developers, and the people making moves in the industry by doing their own thing. I'm your host, Justin Woodward. See you soon. Peace.